So it's 8:30 a.m. and I'll call the November 15th regular council meeting to order. We have an agenda in front of us and I know there are a number of additions. So first, if you would want to add 5.1.2, which is the Starland IDP. 5.1.2, and then under the closed session, we're going to add 11.3, advice from officials, section 24, and 11.4, intergovernmental relations under section 21. Are there any other additions? Councillor Christie.
Can I put a committee report, quick verbal committee report for Community Futures, please?
Okay, so 9.1, Community Futures. Councillor McGee.
I also would like to see each of us give a little bit of an update of what we came back with from RMA.
RMA, so 9.2, RMA report. Any others? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
All right, so we have a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have minutes. So we have the organizational minutes from October 25th and the regular council meeting minutes from the 25th as well. So I guess, would we need two motions or one do?
We need two motions for each set of
Two
minutes.
motions? Okay, super. Thank you. Councillor McGee.
I'll move that we approve the organizational meeting minutes of October 25th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve organizational meeting minutes from the 25th of October. All those in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Thank you. Councillor Penner.
I'd move that we approve the October 22nd council meeting as presented.
Okay, thank you. So motion to approve the regular council meeting minutes from the 25th of October. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimous as well. Thank you. All right. So we are going to move, just adjust our agenda a little bit, and so we'll go to 5.1.1, which is the MPC meeting cancellation. And Ms. Hazelton, whenever you're ready, please. Barb.
Good morning. So we have a request for decision here. We needed an MPC cancellation, meeting cancellation for November. And we do have our deadline for December as well as tomorrow, and we don't have anything. So I'm going to propose that we cancel both of them in the same motion. So Bylaw 1784, the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw states under conduct of business that the commission shall hold such meetings as are necessary to fulfill the commission's responsibilities. The Municipal Planning Commission currently holds their meetings on the fourth Thursday of every month. Council sets the dates and times the Municipal Planning Commission will meet during the annual organizational meeting. The next meeting is scheduled for November 24th, and then we also have one scheduled for December 15th. No applications for discretionary use development permit or subdivision were received in time to be considered by the Commission for both the November-December dates. No other applications can be considered for the November meeting as the deadline for review and circulation has expired, and there are no other agenda items for discussion. So we're just recommending the council move to cancel both of those meetings.
Okay, so the request is that we cancel the November 24th and the December 15th. Municipal Planning Commission meetings, as we have no business on those agendas. So any discussion? Somebody care to make a motion? Councillor Cunningham, please.
I'll make the motion that council move to cancel the November 24th and December 15th, 2022 Municipal Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to cancel the November 24th and December 15th, 2022 Municipal Planning Commission meetings. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So then we'll go on to 5.1.2, which is the Starland IDP.
Yes. So this is regarding the Starland County, Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan, and we're looking for first reading to this development plan, as well as to set the public hearing. In the spring of 2018, amendments to the Municipal Government Act came into effect, including the requirement for all municipalities who share a boundary to work together to adopt an intermunicipal development plan. The purpose of these plans is to foster a collaborative planning approach for lands along the common border between two municipalities. This will ensure that certain identified areas are viewed with regional perspective. The legislation was later amended by allowing an exception to this requirement if both municipalities agree they do not require one. Included in this exception was the opportunity to revoke the agreement at any time by giving written notice to the other party. Where notice is given, the municipalities must comply within 1 year from the date of notice under MGA Section 631-2. Originally, Starland County and Kneehill County agreed to be exempt from the requirement to have an IDP. Upon further reflection and due to the potential increase for proposed development on marginal lands that many municipalities are facing, it was determined that a more regional approach to this plan area would be beneficial. Implementing a plan will ensure that identified areas will be viewed with a regional perspective. By adopting a plan that contains both guidelines for future uses as well as agreed dispute mechanisms, municipalities can reach agreement without negative impacts on either municipality. From the perspectives of both municipalities, enhanced management of the identified land within the IDP area will prove advantageous for the long-term interests of the municipalities and their residents. A proposed draft was created and circulated to administration from both municipalities, and a meeting was held on September 8th at Starland County. Following this meeting, additional revisions were made to the plan based on the feedback received. The revised plan was recirculated for any additional feedback, and to date, no additional feedback was received. A committee meeting with representatives from both municipalities was held on November 14th, 2022 at the Kneehill County office. This gave an opportunity for those appointed to the committee to have a chance to review the document and provide comments prior to releasing the document for public review. The draft notes the following principles: mutual respect and equity, cooperation, collaboration, communication, and trust, to promote open communication between the municipalities, the public, and interested stakeholders, and provide meaningful involvement and consultation. Respect for each other's jurisdictional autonomy and integrity, coordinated, consistent, and timely response, respect for the environment and natural capital, public engagement and consultation, and to utilize the IDP as a guide to collaboratively plan for lands within the IDP area that will promote opportunities for residential, commercial, industrial, and economic development while minimizing land use and environmental impacts. There were no further revisions to this document, so the next step in the process is to provide an opportunity for public comments and feedback. And you do have an attached draft, I believe, in your package. Once you have set the public hearing, we do notify all the adjacent landowners. Anyone that falls within that plan area will get notification that they are now part of the plan area with a cover letter that just kind of gives them a little bit of information regarding how these work.
Okay, so are there any questions? And the only thing I'll note is that I sat in on the meeting yesterday, and there's a couple little editorial things that have to be changed in this, right? The one where it was Alberta Culture and Status
Yes.
for Women, that has to be changed.
Yes, the
up.
ministries have changed names, and Alberta Environment has got 2 different ministries as well, so we're just having to capture those in the document. So yes, I will edit that one, yep.
Yes, Councillor Penner.
You said adjacent landowners, so everybody along the river within a
Yes.
kilometer of the river
So
on our
we,
side?
yeah, so when we did it, because the river's
Yeah.
not straight, we took a mile, and how Eric determined that was if that mile took in like only 30% of a quarter, then he dropped that quarter. If it took in like 70% of the quarter, then he included it. So we wanted to include based on quarter lines. So it's give or take a mile on both sides of the river. And so we will notify everyone within the plan area that's designated. So not adjacent to the plan area, just within the plan area. There is a lot of crown land within the plan area as well, so that will reduce the number, I think, of letters that go out, but there's still significant landowners that we will notify.
Are there any other questions?
I have one.
Yep,
Just
Councillor
so I'm
Forbes.
not confused. So if we're giving first reading to this, if I have questions in the second one, am I able to ask those?
There will be a public hearing,
Okay.
and so that's when absolutely any
Okay,
questions
thank you.
can be brought forward.
Yeah, it's really your opportunity to ask questions in real detail is in that public hearing if need be. But you can ask any questions of planning today as well that might be, although we kind of dropped this on you, so.
Yeah, no problem. And I will say they're pretty consistent. Most of our plans are fairly consistent. So what you'll read in there is not anything, very unique and different from, the only challenge that we have is it's all river. It's almost all historical designation and environmentally significant. So those are some of the things that we wouldn't necessarily deal with in a plan with Red Deer, for example, or Wheatland. So we have some unique lands there, but the plan itself is pretty consistent.
Yeah, a lot of the other IDPs we have, the lines are much straighter than they are on this particular one.
Yes. Eric did a grand job at all those maps and including in the lands that would make sense.
Councillor McGee.
I just wanted to allow the councillors to know that normally we wouldn't have it go through you so quickly, but we've gone through it well as a committee with both groups, and there's some time constraints that need to be met. And so waiting till the next council meeting to bring this forward for us would really make it more difficult for the whole process. So just so you know, this isn't going to be the routine. We just had a special circumstance we had to accommodate.
Councillor Penner.
So in saying that, I would make the motion that council move first reading of Bylaw 1869, the Starland County and Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan.
Okay, so we have a motion to give first reading to Bylaw 1869, which is the Starland and Kneehill County IDP. Are there any further questions or discussion? Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. We have one other motion regarding the public hearing. Councillor Forbes.
I will move that council set the public hearing as per section 216.4 of the MGA for December the 13th of 2022 at 10 a.m.
Okay, so we have a motion to set the public hearing for December 13th, 2022 at 10. Any further discussion? Okay, I don't see any, so all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Excellent.
Ms.
Thank you very
Hazelton,
much.
appreciate it. All right. So we're going to move on then to 5.2.1, which is Horseshoe Canyon Pay Parking 2022 Summary. And Ms. Sherwick, when you're ready, we'll let you get set up. Don't imagine you're using the overflow parking at Horseshoe Canyon today.
Okay. Good morning, Council. I have a number of items here for you this morning, and the first one we have is our Horseshoe Canyon pay parking summary for the 2022 season. So I do have the RFD there, but I think what I'll do is I'll just go through the presentation first, and then we'll look at the RFD following that. So what I have in this presentation for you, similar to presenting at the end of the 2021 season, is we'll go through a data summary just of everything that we captured during this season, look at some of the successes, the challenges, and the opportunities, and then looking forward and next steps. And then within the data summary, we've got a cost breakdown. We've got our vehicle counts and visitor origin based on license plate, which is similar to what we had, information that we had shared with you last year. And then as well, just a summary and an overview of some of the visitor comments and the themes that we received this year. So going into a cost breakdown of it, so estimates on expenses and revenues were projected at $30,000 each for this year. And then you can see that we've got the detailed breakdown for you there. So revenue was a little bit lower than last year, though the actual vehicle numbers were similar, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But what we saw was a decrease in that that over and above that donated amount. So similar to what we saw last year, we did have some visitors who would say, you know, this is great, keep the change on this, and things like that. So those numbers were a little bit lower than last year, but again, the number of the actual, the counted paid vehicles on site was very similar to what we saw in 2021. So project breakdown, so similar to, same as what we had last year. We had 2 Kneehill County Horseshoe Canyon parking attendants on site there, and then total number of days with the parking fee collected. So Thursday through Mondays, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And that was, so 74 days total over the summer. Total number of vehicles paid, we had 7,608. And then I've just got last year. So our 2021 number on that was 7,696, just for comparison there. And so then we do track as well, just in terms of capturing a full, complete data picture, the number of vehicles that turned around, so that decided not to pay and continue on. So that was at 592 for a total of 7% of the total vehicles recorded on site while our staff were there. And then the value donated, so that's above the regular $2 parking fee, was at $727.13, so 5% of the total revenue captured there. So same as last year, we looked at average vehicle counts per day. So this is same as what we had seen in the past and what we've seen in just our traffic counts as well. And it just aligns with typical tourism movement and visitation, that the highest numbers are during the weekends. So we do see those, but then throughout the summer, we see that carry over on the Friday and Monday, and then with the Tuesday, Wednesday still being the quieter days. So that's why we've run this program from Thursday to Monday. And then looking at our average vehicles per hour. So this is something that's interesting, because last year when we were actually running it a little bit later in the day, and what we were seeing is that when our staff were arriving on site, that there would be a much higher number of vehicles already present. So that was, this year we looked at moving our staff a little bit earlier, and then that seemed to be effective in reducing that number of folks that were already there. So compared to 2021, we had an average of 19 vehicles on site upon arrival, and you can see that it's 5. So that was effective in moving that up a little further. And that's just some fact finding and just data collection for us in terms of what the movement is throughout that region. If we have visitors or folks that are planning just a day trip for the day, where are they stopping first? and versus what is that peak time for the different sites within the area, so. And then, yes, we've got our, and then same as what we had seen in 2021, though, we do have that peak closer to the middle of the day. In terms of, and so what we had again this year is that we had our staff collecting visitor comments as well. And so similar to what we had last year, a little bit different, but in the same ballpark. So in 2021, those in favor of paid parking was at 26%. With this year, we've got 16, and then the number against paid parking was 30%, or not in favor of paid parking was 30% for 2021. This year you can see it's 24. And then, but the large majority is more just informational questions, suggestions for improvement, and just questions about the area, about the site itself. So the majority still either informational questions or in favor. And then just for interest's sake here, we do like to see just where our visitors are coming from, since we do have staff out there to monitor that. And what we noted, similar to last year, but a little bit more of an increase this year, was that it is challenging with tracking by license plate, because if we do have international visitors, then typically, of course, they're renting vehicles with Alberta plates. But just in terms of capturing that, so the vast majority still from Alberta, and that's in line with what we saw last year. We had it at 88% in 2021, so 90% for this year. We did see a little bit more of a diversity of the different states that were visited from the US this year. We were curious to see if we would see more international visitors driving up from the states, just based on different travel restrictions changing in that throughout the summer. But very similar to last year, we had 88% from Alberta, 6% from BC last year, and then 6% from everywhere else. And so this year, 90%, then 4% from BC, and then 6% from there are other locations that were noted. And some of the states that we saw visitors from, just for interest again, Washington, Florida, Ohio, Texas, California, New Jersey, Minnesota, and Illinois. So it was quite widespread, which was that's always interesting to chat with folks who are visiting the area for the first time, excited to come to the Badlands and see what Alberta has to offer. So that was something interesting there. So some of the themes that we saw here, I've just collected the highlights for you. So comments from visitors regarding the informational questions, suggestions for improvements. A lot of questions about what type of wildlife can be found here. Can we find fossils here? How long is the trail? Is it a challenging hike? So those were all questions where it was great to have our staff on site to be able to answer those in real time and provide that bit of that interpretive experience there for folks and provide that info. We did have a few suggestions around that visitors felt it would be helpful to have staff or county park rangers, we heard a couple of times, actually hiking down in the canyon to educate visitors on protecting the geology of the site and just ensuring that folks are enjoying the trails responsibly. So that came up a few times over the summer, and then lots of questions about different tourism spots in the region. So we had information that we were able to provide our visitors to the site, just different brochures with information about the region and about Kneehill County tourism spots. And then we still have our Explore Kneehill, the QR code for scanning out there as well. So that came up a lot too, and just questions on how to other sites in the area where people could spend, spend a day or explore on multi-day itineraries.
Yeah.
Oh,
go
yes.
ahead, Councillor Forbes.
Just back on the suggestions of the park rangers. What do our attendants do when they're there? Just a question I have.
Yeah, so they are there, to your question, Councillor Forbes. So when our attendants are on site, they are collecting payment. They are checking the main lookout area to see if, garbages need to be emptied, if the washrooms need to be tended to, cleaning up garbage around the main lookout area, and then fielding any questions that visitors have, primarily at the main lookout spot. So what we found is that there were a couple instances where, support was requested where they would have to, one of our staff would have to leave that parking area, but that was on leave the main lookout area, but that was just very rare occurrences because it can be challenging just with communication-wise, just in terms of cell signals and even radio if one person is on the bottom of the canyon. So that's, we primarily would have them working both in the same lookout area there. And then if there's a lineup of vehicles, and ensuring that customer service is always the primary focus and making sure that any visitors are tended to, so.
So you have two employees or staff for, at every day that they work there?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So some of the themes in terms of comments from visitors regarding those who are not in favor of paid parking, as they had indicated there. So we heard from nearby residents who were visiting on multiple occasions that they were not in favor, that they'd rather see parking machines in place of having staff on site. We did hear from ratepayers, residents of nearby communities, as well as from Kneehill County, that parking should be free for those, or they felt that parking should be free for those who live in either the county area or Drumheller and Carbon areas. So that was something that had come up, had multiple visitors turn around they were just stopping for quick breaks and did not wish to pay, so they just continued on, lots, headed to Drumheller, so they decided to just continue on that direction. And then a lot with it just being an education element there, where we received comments from visitors who expressed that they were not happy with having to pay when it was free before. So those were the themes that we'd heard in terms of the comments there. And then here's some of the highlights from visitors who had indicated that they were in favor of the pay parking. So awesome that you guys are charging $2. We totally understand that it costs money to take care of the place. $2 well spent. We're okay with paying the $2. We know we've done a lot of work with the canyon. We're from Calgary and we visit often. And then I don't mind paying. In fact, I would love to, because I love Horseshoe. So some of the successes that I'll go through here. So having county staff on site during weekends, as indicated last year at the summary presentation, certainly an operational benefit from administration's perspective in terms of better maintaining the site and addressing concerns immediately. So previously we would have staff stop to check during the long weekend days, where it would just be a bit of too long of a carryover to wait until the Monday when just site cleanup could be addressed there.
Shelby, just
Yes.
before you go on.
Yes.
We have a public hearing in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So I just gonna ask if we could postpone
Yes.
the rest of this report
course.
until after that public hearing, and we'll just get set up and ready for that. Sorry, you're
No
doing a
worries.
great job.
I've saved my place. Don't worry.
We're sitting on the edge of our chairs, but. I hate to get in trouble with Carolyn for not being on time, right? Thank you, Shelby. Please don't leave. You actually don't have 2 minutes. It's only 1 minute and 15 seconds, so I'm not allowing you to. So I guess we're just going to take a little brief recess from our regular council meeting and let people come in for the public hearing. We were having so much fun, we were going to almost miss it. Hi, Natalie, and thank you. Oh, okay. Natalie. So is this Mr. Hasty? That's Earl. That's Earl Hasty. Okay. Yep. Yes. Yep. Okay. Welcome, everyone. I need a motion that the public hearing for Bylaw 1870 be opened. So would someone care to make that motion? Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to open the public hearing for bylaw 1870. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So there's a little preamble here I need to do. So I'd like to remind the public that if they wish to speak to the bylaw, that they register their name on the speakers list. There will be an opportunity when I've gone through the speakers list that I'll ask one final time if there is anyone else who wishes to speak. And firstly, here after that, I would like to introduce all the members of council present today. And I'll start with you, Councillor Penner, if you wish, please.
Good morning, Debbie Pennon, Division 2.
Good morning, Faye McGee, Division 1.
And good morning, Ken King, Division 7.
Pushing the wrong button. Wade Christie, Division 6.
Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
Good morning, Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
All right. Today's public hearing will be according to procedural bylaw 1846, and a copy of those procedures are attached to the package, and additional copies can be found at the recording secretary's desk. So I will now ask our Planning and Development Department to make their presentation, and I take it that's you, Ms. Skeever?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Council.
When you're ready.
This is a public hearing today for a road closure, bylaw 1870. As per our MGA requirements, section 606, it was placed in the Three Hills Capitol on November 2nd and 9th. Notice was also placed on the Kneehill County website, and notices were sent to adjacent landowners within a mile and referral agencies. Again, as per the MGA, section 16, 18, and 22, that's where the title to all roads in a municipality are vested in the Crown. Subject to that and this act, municipality has the direction, control, and management of the roads within the municipality, and no road within that municipality can be closed except by bylaw, which is why we are here today.
Mm-hmm.
So Lazy H Hasty Ranching has approached the county wanting to purchase the undeveloped road allowance on the west side of the west half of section 253325 west of the 4th. That portion of the undeveloped road allowance wishes to be closed as it is east of the road plan 8510527. This portion will never be developed, which is highlighted in red here to the right, due to the high number of creek crossings where I counted, like, there's at least 11.
That's a few culverts and bridges.
Yes, yeah, it would be rather costly. So we do have a few pictures here with my highlighter. So this triangle here is a portion of another landowner's land. You'll see on another slide here how that all fits together. But there's a bridge right here where I've kind of pointed out, and that's right here. And so currently the landowner is coming down the road allowance and then crossing the bridge to get onto his land. Up here is where the county did put an approach. I believe it was 2 years ago now. And so they put the approach here, and then here kind of is our road allowance down, and then the bridge is over here, and let's cross and get into his land. This is looking south, going down the road allowance. And then this is looking north. Here's the approach. The landowner did place this culvert here. Again, went down the road allowance and then crosses the bridge to get into his portion of land. So here's that little sliver, which is owned by the adjacent quarter. It's just the way the road was developed. So he still owns that little sliver. And so then the gate is usually locked, and so then the landowner has to go down the road allowance to cross the bridge to get to his property. And then you can kind of see, here's our sliver of land, and there's a fence. So the north, so if it is consolidated, like it will be consolidated if the minister approves this. So then it will increase the north quarter to about 161.4 acres, and then the south quarter to about 162.85 acres. Closure of the road will not interfere with legal access to any adjacent properties, and it just allows the landowner better access to his property. This is the highway. I say highway, paved road, commonly known as the Gore Hasty Road, which was recently resurfaced in 2021. Here's a bit of a portion. You can just see this is the undeveloped road allowance portion, which due to the topography, terrain, it will never be developed. And I do have a video here. Just give me 2 seconds. I might have to play with my volume as well. Oh, no, we're good. So there you can kind of see just, it just will be an area that will never be developed. And then on the right, that just kind of shows where we started the video and ended the video.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. There we go. So planning considerations, we didn't receive any letters in favor, but we never received any in opposition either. Agency responses, we do have a right-of-way agreement that will need to be put with the title. And then Crossroads Gas already does have right-of-way agreements, but they will be registered concurrently when the consolidation happens. And Kneehill County Transportation had no concerns, as they did put in the approach a couple years ago, and as both quarters are owned by the same entity, they have no issues.
Okay, thank you.
So if after today, a package including any responses is forwarded to the Minister of Transportation. If they sign it, then I will bring it back here. Second and third reading will be required by yourselves. And then we will get a final survey, appraisal, and consolidation and transfer of land. With a previous road closure, we were able to take a description, but this time Land Titles was consulted and they said, no, we need a drawing ahead of time. And so Midwest went out and we do have a plan of survey already completed. That's my presentation.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Keever. Are there any questions for the planner? Councillor Christie.
Just a comment that your definition of a bridge is better served as a low-level developed crossing.
Yeah, it did. Kind of looked like rig mats, yeah. Good point.
Councillor Penner.
Just a question, how long is Land Titles taking?
So
now?
the land titles portion, they're taking a couple months. As far as when we send this to the minister, 6 months.
There's an election coming.
Yeah, exactly. So we're still looking at like almost a year-long process here, unfortunately.
So I noted when you were showing us one of those Google Maps where the approach was.
Oh, yes, I can go back to kind of there, or?
No, go back to the one that actually, okay, right there. Stop.
Okay.
Okay, so the approach and the sliver of land.
This here, let me put my highlighter back on. Okay, here, this
Yeah.
sliver.
Yeah. So is the approach through the actual sliver?
So yes, there is an existing approach to this
Okay.
sliver of land.
Yeah.
And then there's a gate.
Okay, Is there a new approach then that's on the road allowance to the north?
Yes, there's a new
Okay.
approach up here.
All right.
These pictures would have been taken prior to the approach being put in.
Okay, yeah, I just was curious whether they were just, there was an actual approach there, or whether they're just coming off the shoulder of the
No,
pavement.
it's an actual approach.
Okay, good.
County-approved approach.
County approved.
County approved because they built it.
Okay, thank you. That just clarifies that for me. Councillor Christie?
Just a comment that they put that second approach in when they recovered or redid the pavement.
Okay,
So the stuff that, the material that came out of the holes and stuff on the pavement was, that's what built the approach. So it was cost effective for everybody.
good, good. Any further questions for the planner? Boy, we're making it easy for you today.
So
Okay, so I guess we are the applicant technically, although Hasty's Lazy H Ranch has also approached us to do that.
That's
So
right,
I think
stay in
this is probably an appropriate time for Mr. Hasty. Welcome. And I see that you've put your name on the speakers list. If you'd like to address us or add comment, I'll invite you forward to the microphone and you can do that. Or would you rather, it's up to you. Okay. Oh, boy. Hey, come forward to the microphone if you would, please. And I knew your mom and dad and they weren't shy, and so I have a hard time believing.
I think your dad sat up here a few times.
Welcome. If you
Just-
want to just introduce yourself, Earl, if you would, please, and then just make whatever comment.
Name's Earl Hasty. I live on this quarters here. I got 6 quarters altogether there. And I was shut off by gate closed there. And so MD was kind enough to make another approach so I could get onto my 6 quarters. And this piece of land that we're suggesting be closed for the old roadway, not even, never was a roadway, I guess. I kind of need that so I can get across there, because if it's shut off, I can't even get to that low-level crossing, Mr. Christie. So I just need that to get over to get to my pasture and
Yeah.
to the land that I own. And it's kind of a necessary thing because there's another party involved and he's being a little obstinate, but let's work around that. I found a way to do this. And
Yeah.
I just appreciate you guys' helping get this around us, and I appreciated the approach being built greatly. Council has been very generous and nice. So that's what I came here for.
Okay.
I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me.
No, it's our pleasure. Are there any questions for Mr. Hasty? Okay, thank you,
Ben, thank you.
and appreciate you being here today. So,
Okay, thanks.
of course, you realize from the comments made, this is a long and lengthy process. Okay, since Mr. Hasty was the only one on our speakers list, I'll ask one final time if there's anyone else present who wants to speak to the proposed bylaw. And I don't really see anyone. And so then I'll again ask, does council have any further questions for either the applicant or administration? Not seeing any. Okay, before I close the public hearing, I need to ask if council is satisfied with the amount of information that they've received. I guess I have to warn you, this is your last chance. All right. And I'd like to remind everyone that once the public hearing is adjourned, no further information on the matter shall be received by council. And I will therefore then declare the public hearing closed, and I'll ask for a motion to go back into the regular council meeting. And just so you're aware, are we going to do those? The next steps really become lengthy, Mr. Hasty, as we indicated earlier, because it's now a request that goes to the minister's office. And then we wait to hear back from them. And then once we get permission to close the road, then we do second and third readings, which would then allow the final steps to be made. Okay? All right. thank you for coming, and hopefully this will go forward smoothly and quickly, but smoothly, maybe, quickly, maybe not. Okay, thank you for being here. Yep. Okay, so now, where are we at here? I need a motion to go back into regular council. Councillor Penner?
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to return to our regular council meeting. All those in favor? And that's carried. And before I go back to where we were in our agenda, I'm going to ask, does anyone need to take a break before we do that? Okay, so let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll go back to where we were. Okay, so we're recessed for till 9:25. our agenda to 5.2.1. And just before you continue, Shelby, two things. One, thank you. And is it possible that we could get access to some of the information that you're sharing?
Yes, so this will be included just in the package afterwards, I believe, right? Yeah, Carol, yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah, for sure, absolutely, yeah. It'll be the same as last year, yeah, this, the presentation will just be included afterwards.
Okay,
For sure.
appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you. So continue on, if you would, please.
Thank you. Okay, so going back to, we were just talking about the successes, challenges, and then looking forward from this season's pay parking program. So just touching back on the first bullet there under successes, so having Kneehill County staff on site during the weekends was certainly an operational benefit from administration's perspective in terms of better maintaining the site on those weekend days, addressing concerns immediately, where previously in the past when this program was not running, we wouldn't have staff on site outside of those regular hours or on weekend days. But during the long weekends, we would still have to service our day use sites, so we would still have staff attending. And of course, then that would be overtime when they'd have to stop at day use sites on weekends. So that has been certainly a major operational advantage just in terms of response to site cleanup. Additionally, so we've had staff acting as ambassadors for the county with having this program in place, as well as other tourism sites in the region, but all of the Kneehill County tourism sites, they're able to share information with visitors about Horseshoe Canyon, which further continues that stewardship of the site. Staff are able to facilitate access for emergency services should those instances ever come up during weekends, as well as educating visitors about park rules and visiting respectfully. Again, something that we didn't have in place prior to this program starting. And as well, in terms of customer service training, we had staff participate this year in drum discovery training. And that was a program that was targeted at frontline customer service workers in the tourism industry in the area. And part of that training, they did a FAM tour of the different tourism sites in the region, and it did include a couple of Kneehill County sites, so Horseshoe Canyon and Orkney Viewpoint, which they stopped at, and that provided excellent frontline service training for our staff, and it was really well received. So that was a great benefit for them to attend, and then for our programs because they were able to bring those learnings and implement them as part of this program. Continuing on with successes with this, so staff were able to provide information about all the improvements that have been made at the lookout area and at Horseshoe Canyon since Kneehill County's purchase of the site. They were able to provide information in real time if we had any inquiries about filming or special event inquiries, such as wedding rentals, those types of questions. So that was provided to visitors who had those questions immediately. Again, just improving the level of customer service. And then as well, increased visitor engagement and stewardship of historical resources. So we had guests providing feedback on what they'd like to see at the site, and as well reporting any concerns about trail maintenance that needed to be addressed, and also when and where fossils were found throughout the season, which having staff on site has certainly led to increase of that communication in terms of, you know, what to do when you find a fossil. It's having that person on site. We do have that stated on our signage there, and just a little educational piece about what to do when visitors find a fossil, but that was just an added benefit there in terms of ensuring that people had the correct information about what to do. So challenges, same as last year, and just par for the course when working outside during the summer. So some of the days with extreme temperatures, inclement weather, different times throughout the season, and just general operational stuff. So some staffing challenges throughout the season, managing that, and then just addressing some of the more vocal concerns about having to pay for their parking and visitors, or from visitors or neighbors there. So again, similar to last year. But we had an excellent team, and yeah, the customer service aspect of that was excellent. So opportunities and lessons learned. So having staff on site during weekends, again, similar to our 2021 season, a great benefit in maintaining the canyon during those peak visitation times that we see, as well as having that county presence and that increased service level through providing that tourism information and site stewardship on site, and as well as facilitating access in those emergency situations. So that's something that has come up as a learning and opportunity for the future here, and also a benefit. Opportunity for further in-person engagement regarding those Kneehill County tourism sites, as I mentioned, sharing information about the site itself and the area, and educating visitors about stewardship of the site. So it's just all about improving that guest experience here. And then as last year, and just from our prior surveys that we've conducted in the past, is just ongoing data collection around what visitors want to see, and having that in-person engagement about what improvements they'd like to see or suggestions for the future. That's always good to carry on, and we're still seeing the same themes, and those are those projects that we continue working on in terms of trail signage, just amenities at the site, that type of thing. And then this is, and then other opportunities that could be possible for the future, exploring future partnerships in marketing, for instance, regional parking passes with other sites in the region. Looking forward, if this is, going forward for 2023 and beyond, we would, there are opportunities for possible overlap shift that extends coverage. So because we did move it up a little bit earlier in the day, there is still some of that. We're still seeing decent visitation later and around more of the 6 p.m. Time slot, which we found pretty interesting. So just looking at visitor movement throughout the region, what we're tending to see is that, and what we suspect is that folks are stopping at the canyon on the way, like earlier in the day and later in the day. We still see those peak times when we would expect to see them, so kind of that 11 o'clock time frame, but it is interesting that we do see a bit of an overlap. But of course, our number one focus with this is always ensuring that staff safety, so that's something that would have to be considered with that in mind. We did, just in discussions and suggestions and thinking about ideas for the future, thinking about changing it to a name other than a parking fee, similar to other programs that run it as a conservation fee or just a park fee, may see, may lead to fewer turnarounds, less resistance to paying, but that's just, again, just ideas. Continuing with tourism-specific customer service training for staff. That was something that was very well received by our staff who attended that, and I consider that to be very beneficial to the parks programs from an administrative perspective, since we do have our staff that are frontline customer service in those areas. And then something that we didn't look at for 2021, just based on where the travel restrictions were at, and that we weren't seeing as many of those motor coaches at the time, but something that would be a possibility as well, or something to consider, would be updating the master rates bylaw to include not only the $2 parking fee for regular vehicles, but also looking at potentially a bus fee, since we are now seeing that that increase now of motor coaches with that post-pandemic tourism emergence. So that was another idea there. And just some photos from the season. So that's our booth when it was the first day that it was dropped off there, the signage that we had in place that we would just place there daily for folks to see. That's the parking lot in the morning of Saturday of the May long weekend there. So quite full, and that's our overflow. So the main parking lot was full as well. And then photo that was featured too in that press release regarding the assistance with the fossil retrieval. That was a partnership between our Kneehill County departments as well as the Royal Tyrrell Museum in retrieving that. So, and again, just pointing back to that that stewardship of the site regarding historical resources, that we did have a number of reports coming through to our staff that we then pass along to the museum, where they'd provide that information around where to report that, and it leads to some really, really cool finds like this. Okay. And then do I just back to the RFD, I guess? Can I just? Okay. And so now I'll go back to the, oh, perfect. Thank you, Carolyn. Awesome. So just going back to the RFD, now that the presentation's completed. So I provided a bit of a background there, and then some of that was covered in the presentation itself. So just highlighting that, just going back to when it was introduced, just going back to when that was originally brought forward for 2021, an overview as discussed around the expenses and the revenue for this season, and then as well what we saw in 2021 also. And then in the discussion, options and benefits and disadvantages and the other considerations. So primary disadvantage to continuing would be related to the financial implications as outlined by the actual expenses and revenue for 2022. However, there are a number of benefits as discussed, and I have those outlined as well in the RFD. We talked about the visitation numbers being comparable again to what was seen in 2021. And just as noted, again, continuing on from the 2021 season, significant operational benefits observed by administration to having that staff on site during the summer weekends and outside of those regular work hours, both to field questions from visitors, provide that tourism information about the region to visitors, and facilitating access for emergency services should that come up, and just responding quickly to any necessary site cleanup at the main lookout area. So it's an additional level of service with regard to the tourism side of it, but certainly that improved operational response is where we see a lot of that benefit there. And as well, there is, prior to having any staff on site, of course, there was not opportunity for any of that revenue generation. So we see that as well with this program. So those are the key benefits that administration certainly sees with this program continuing.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Lots of information there,
Yes.
but good information, so thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councilor Christie.
Curiosity, your 24% that opposed the parking, did that include the 5% or 7% that left?
No, so that was all just, so that, to your question, Councillor Christie, that all of that was just data completely within the comments portion. So yeah, we did not count that, any folks who are leaving, unless they explicitly said before they left, I don't agree with this. So only if there was a comment provided on that, would that be included in those.
Thank you.
Councillor Forbes.
I'm just wondering if it would be possible to move this to a COW meeting, because I have way more questions and I don't think this is the appropriate place in which to hold them.
So, or would you prefer to ask your questions in a closed session? Because if it's not appropriate to ask them here in open council, COW meetings are broadcast in the same way as councils are. So the information or questions that you would ask will be available to the public as much as they would be here in a council meeting. So if it's a time thing you're concerned about, I'm not worried about the time.
Okay.
If it's confidentiality that you're worried about, then we would be looking at a closed session. So so if your questions are just lengthy and complicated, no problem, we can deal with them here. And I mean, we have the staff that's here, and you know, if we run into something that we can't answer right now, well, then that information could come back to us.
And can it be outside of the parking is what I guess my real question is when it comes to Horseshoe.
I guess it's up to us as council to say that yes or no. Mr. Hogan, do you want to weigh in?
Just, I guess, to provide a recommendation to council without knowing what the questions are. You do have a closed session coming up. You could always have those questions come out and make the determination of whether you could discuss those in closed session or whether you would wait until you came back into open council to discuss those. So if there was any discussion around that front, you could approach it that way as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, if council's willing to indulge you at this point in time and allow you to ask questions that go outside of the scope of the actual RFD, then I think it's appropriate that we would deal with them now.
Okay.
Unless you really feel that is something that's confidential that would have to be in a closed session.
No, it's not just the parking, it's the whole idea of Horseshoe Canyon that I want to have a discussion about. So that's why, should it be public? Probably, but doesn't have to be.
Okay. What's the wish of council? Do you want to postpone this discussion in terms of the more general Horseshoe Canyon conversation to another point in time? Councillor Penner.
I'd like to see us finish up on this part of it today, and I have nothing against bringing up something to do with Horseshoe Canyon as a whole, at a committee of a whole. That's why we do have those meetings. If there's other information you want to hear more about. But today I'd like to see this part of it dealt with and have a discussion over parking and whatnot else there, if that's okay.
Any other comments?
So this
Councillor
is where
Forbes.
my struggle is taking place, is in order for me to agree with this continuing in 2023, I would like to have a discussion around the other parts of that.
So the other parts related to the
Horseshoe
park
Canyon
operation as a whole?
Yes, and the swag and the, the rental ability of the property for weddings and those type of things. So that's where my struggle is with how do you determine, because I mean, we're dealing with parking. So how do I move forward with answering a parking question when I have a bigger question as a whole on the whole entire scope of it?
Okay. So I guess the other option that we have is that we could postpone the parking discussion to another meeting and then allow ourselves an opportunity to have a more general conversation around Horseshoe Canyon, perhaps in a cow meeting, and then come back to this conversation after we've had that. What do you think, Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is an approach. You can do that. If council has concerns or questions around this particular element and wants to have that broader discussion, you can table this to a future council meeting. That works. What I think the request from administration would be some guidance on what type of discussion council wants to have so that we could prep that or make sure that the information that you wanted was there. So those are questions we'd be asking for some guidance on, so we knew how to frame that. The direction that we have from council right now is Horseshoe Canyon's going forward. We have a master plan, so that's what we're operating on as administration. And that, but again, if council wanted to table this for the time being, you could table this to another meeting. You could table this to later in this meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess the question I would have for Councillor Forbes, are the questions that you have going to require a lot of research on the part of staff to be able to answer those? Or do you feel that if we gave them a little bit of a heads up in terms of direction, we could continue this conversation later in the meeting? Or would you like to have this conversation held in a totally separate meeting? Because I don't think there's anything really, unless it's that we couldn't probably deal with here in an open council meeting. The only difficulties we might encounter is you could ask a question that they might say, well, we're going to need half an hour to research that and come back. And at that point, then we just would postpone the discussion until they were able to bring that information. So I'm kind of leaning towards we continue, if council is agreeable to that we continue this conversation so that we might be able to get you to a point where we could make this decision. And Shelby, would you be comfortable with that?
Yes, whatever council's wishes would be.
Okay. I'm looking at the rest of you on council to see if there's agreement that we do that. Councillor McGee.
I just wanted to add to the conversation. I can see Councillor Phobes' point of view. I think clarity on our action plan to the master plan is kind of what we're after, because we could say one thing today, and then after having that discussion, it might not be cohesive to what we come up with. But we can just make it for this coming year, and knowing that that might change for the following years too. So that's where I'm struggling. Do we?
Okay, well, the direction is that we have an RFD in front of us about Horseshoe Canyon parking and the policy. I guess I would say to you that if you're not comfortable continuing forward with this conversation right now, and you would like additional information, then I would need a motion to postpone, and we would postpone this conversation to another council meeting, and then we could request of administration the information that would be needed for us to have that conversation. Mr. Hogan.
If I can make this recommendation to council, as council's aware, we do have, obviously I can't go into the nature of what that discussion is, but we know that one of the in-camera sessions has some of proprietary information regarding Horseshoe Canyon involved in it. My suggestion to council would be to table this to later in the meeting, and then depending on what comes out of that discussion, you may be in a better place to answer this question at this meeting or another.
And I'm just somewhat trying to be sensitive of Ms. Sherwick's time today as well. Our wish is your command. Okay, so then I would entertain a motion to postpone this conversation to later in our meeting. Councillor Cunningham.
Just a question. So if I do have questions in regards to the parking, do I ask them now then, or do we wait till the postponed?
Well, if you can easily ask them now, because I don't have a motion to postpone. So if you'd like to ask your questions, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So just a couple of questions that came in my mind. So I just noticed for 2023, you've got a revenue and expenses that are matching. Like, I just was wondering, where do we anticipate that increased revenue would come to make that a balanced budget there?
So to your question, Councillor Cunningham, so with when the original proposed expenses and revenues were presented, that was based on what was being reported from other tourism sites in the region and the numbers that they were seeing. So this is something that's being adjusted just year to year based on what we're seeing. And again, we do believe that we're seeing some of that post-pandemic emergence in the tourism industry and visitations returning to that. So, and again, there may be that increase with if we do look at extending those hours as well. So that's where that's being proposed there.
Yep, go ahead, please.
And I just wanted to ask about there was a part where you spoke to the staff on site are facilitating access for emergency services. Just a question that I had, are the staff trained to provide any basic first aid, or is that an insurance, like, are we allowed to do that at all at the site?
To your question, Councillor Cunningham, so all of our staff as part of just our general safety training are provided with first aid. However, this is just purely in facilitating access, directing emergency services when they arrive on site as to if it's been indicated to staff. Just because we do have that booth there now, what we're seeing is that, if there is an emergency, that visitors are stopping there, like, first to say, hey, this is happening. And then when emergency services has arrived on site, then our staff can just direct them to where they're going. But beyond that, yeah, it's completely with that, yes.
Okay, any other questions regarding the parking at this point in time? Councillor Penner.
We're talking about emergency. Did we have any emergency events this year? Because it was a very hot year, and did we have to call in? Like, in previous years, we've had some major events with broken ankles or whatnot else, but.
Right. Yeah, to your question, Councillor Penner, so we had, I believe it was 3 emergencies where there was where emergency services were called just based on incidents that had taken place on site. So, and then related to heat or weather specifically, I believe there was just 1 And that was just related to the heat, yes. And that's another part of the education piece that we found a benefit in providing that to visitors when they arrive is oftentimes, you know, if for folks that are hiking in more remote areas where there's not someone present to provide information about the trail or the terrain and how challenging it might be, then they're able to say, you know, if you do have concerns and it's steep, it's typically can be a few degrees hotter on the floor of the canyon, that type of thing. So that's been that preventative piece as well in terms of that education to have on site also.
I wouldn't be surprised that there's a number of people who show up totally unprepared to hike in Horseshoe Canyon and hadn't thought about hat, water bottle, proper shoes, etc. So, yeah.
Yes, that's an accurate assessment, yes.
It's not like a walk on a flat park. Okay, any other questions related? Councillor Phobes.
So between 2021 and 2022, there was an increased loss of $3,464.34. What attributed to that loss?
So in the, I can go back to the presentation if you'd like with that breakdown, but primarily where we saw that was the fuel costs remained the same. Staffing did increase a bit, and what we were finding was that we found opportunities to utilize those staff if there were, you know, those early days, because as was presented in the 2021, if it was, you know, a quieter day where, you know, we have that kind of point of, okay, it's very quiet, so then we'd tell staff that they could leave the site, then they would actually just go and check other day use sites too on the weekends to make sure that those were, clean, didn't need to be attended to. So yes, so there was hours in there. So that breakdown between hours spent actually on site and hours doing other parks related activities and cleanup is not, that's not something that we track, but that attributes to some of that there. Yes.
Councillor Penner.
I feel the benefit of having them there is huge compared to what it was like when we first took it over, and the vandalism and the state of the washrooms, the garbage and everything else. In that respect, it's 120% better. And I see the value in them. It's a shame that the cost recovery isn't there yet, but it's been so positive in my eyes when I go to visit it compared to when we first took it over.
Yes, and just with that too, what would happen in the past and when it was first taken over, a lot of those concerns would not be addressed unless, you know, it would go through our different avenues of reporting that, or folks would wait until they had actually returned home and then just call with those concerns, you know, Monday morning and that. So this is something that's addressed in real time and monitored as well. So yeah, the site is, I would say that operational response has greatly improved by having staff on site, for sure.
Councillor Phobes.
So that being said, are there receptacles for garbage down in the lower areas for people to put their stuff in that they're not using, so it's not being trashed down in where they're walking?
To your question, Councillor Phobes, so we have garbage cans at the top of the box step trail. We don't have any on the bottom. We have not found, at this time, that is something we do continue to monitor, however, but we haven't found a lot of garbage left on the floor of the canyon, unless it's just being carried by the wind off of the main lookout into the bottom. But when we have park staff doing trail inspections or trail maintenance, that's something that's part of their duties, as well as ensuring that we're picking up any garbage. So, yes.
Okay, other questions? Councillor Phobes.
I have a ton, sorry.
That's okay. That's what we're here for.
So I know that I had a friend whose daughter got married out at Horseshoe Canyon. Are we charging the wedding that are going there parking as well?
No. So with weddings that take place at Horseshoe Canyon, we typically recommend, as the location, because it's away from the main lookout area, we recommend the location, the little peninsula where we host the long table dinner. And so with that, as part of the communication, when we have people inquire about that, is we recommend that they contact the Nature Conservancy, because then they can have their guests all park really close to where that location is. So then it's a much closer walk. But since that's not part of county-owned property, yes, so we just put them in touch with the person that manages the Nature Conservancy portion. They park in the Nature Conservancy lot, similar to where guests for the Long Table Dinner park over there. Yes, and we do let them know, you can, if you wish to park in the general area, but it's far away from that spot, we do have pay parking. We make them aware of that ahead of time, but once we let them know, typically folks will have their guest park much closer.
Sorry, that brings up
Counselor
another question.
Go ahead.
So if the Nature Conservancy own that piece of property, what stops people from not parking there for free?
Nothing.
Without a wedding, is
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
so to that question, there is nothing that stops them there, from parking there, However, what draws most people into stopping at the main lookout point is that there are more amenities there than what the Nature Conservancy has. Like, it's a gravel lot there. They have a few interpretive signs over there, and it is a little bit more remote, and there's no they do have a trail access to the bottom, but certainly the trails on the Kneehill County owned portion are much more defined. So yes, and that has been observed. Typically what we'll see is folks, they drive in, they've driven in, we point to where, if they're like, is there anywhere to park for free? Part of the big educational piece, particularly as we reach, fall times or in the spring, as we let them know, we please ask you that you don't park on the road because we do have agricultural traffic in the area, just out of respect for our neighbors and safety. But if you wish, there is a free parking area over there. And then when you explain, how far of a distance that is to kind of walk back, well, some people take us up on that and they'll continue on. But yeah, so we do provide that information. And as well, there is parking available at the campground store, but we do let them know that's for, paying customers. So, and that's been in communication with the campground there, so.
Any further questions? Councillor Cunningham.
So in the expenses, I know that fuel was noted. So is there any upkeep and repairs that are part of that budget, or does that get encompassed in another part of our budget? If that makes sense.
To your question, Councillor Cunningham, so that, no, that's not represented in this cost breakdown because we're just using different, maybe different parks vehicles and that. So no, that's not something that's captured here.
Councillor Cunningham.
Which just leads to another question that came to me from a ratepayer. Question was, if we have people working, like, are the people working the same hours? Like the two staff that are down there, like right now they're working the exact same time?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they
So
are.
people ask me, is the county having two trucks go down there every day?
So when this started in the 2021 season, we did have two vehicles at that time, and that was across the organization and our seasonal programming due to COVID and social distancing. So that, we did have that at that time. But as we were just, monitoring those restrictions as they changed and across the organization, and then once those became changed, then we would change that, and then, they just had one vehicle. Sometimes, depending on if we anticipated a lot of just extra garbage needs or whatever it may be, maybe one staff would take our water truck that we have, and if they were going to be conducting completing other work on site, like watering trees or whatever it may be, and that's again just based on parks operation needs, using the pressure washer, et cetera. Sometimes we may take another one, but yeah, primarily just one pickup.
Any other questions? Councillor Penner.
Do you feel people were against the $2 because really we're heading to a cashless society and they didn't have the $2 and felt guilty at all, or not? Because $2 is nothing.
I don't know if that was a theme because we were set up for TAP, touchless payment as well. Yeah, so we were able to offer that as well. Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Christie.
I'd be interested to know if your sign just said park fee, not parking.
Yeah, and so they did, currently they do say $2 parking fee, and then there is messaging around what that goes towards, so just to the continued care and maintenance of Horseshoe Canyon, so we do have that posted, so. And that's what we wondered, and just thinking about brainstorming for the future is, it is listed as a parking fee, and so maybe that creates some of that resistance maybe in some of the visitors. if it said park fee or, you know, similar to what the province has as conservation fee or whatever.
Thank you.
Counselor Forbes.
So that being said, for the people that are return visitors, have you considered doing a park pass for them for a yearly fee?
We don't currently have that in place in Master Rates bylaw. That's certainly something that we could look at introducing and bring forward for council's consideration. But yeah, that's something that was discussed, I believe, during the focus group discussions, as well as that potential of having a pass or a potential regional pass. So it's something that could definitely be explored.
Okay. Any further questions? This is your opportunity to ask, so. Because we are moving forward on this RFD unless there's unanswered questions, so. I just have a comment, which is to say, I personally feel that the lookout in the area that's there is in better condition and appears more attractive with our staff there, because you're not getting that litter, you're not getting those other problems that occur when there's no one around. People tend to be much more respectful because of our staff. And to me, I know we run a deficit on the parking part of that program, but just the presence of those people there more than makes up for the deficit, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. I really feel that the way that lookout looks and the way people treat it is much different than it was before we had our parking program. And if we want to rename that fee to be park fee or park maintenance fee or whatever we want to call it, so it's maybe more palatable for people, I think that's maybe something we should consider. But as far as I personally am concerned, I see benefits to us, whether we're making enough money to pay for them to be there or not. It's those other associated benefits to me are more, they're worth something. So I appreciate what they're doing. So that's my comment. Councillor Penner.
Further to that comment, and I think until people go there and actually see what they're doing, they're not sitting in that shed with their feet up and whatnot else. Like, I've been a couple of times and they're actually, yeah, there might be one there and the others are over picking up garbage or watering, or they're out and about doing stuff. Their job isn't just to sit in that building at all times. When it's lull times, they're out mingling and doing things. So until you go and really see what they're actually doing, and it's not just sitting there in the shed, you know, collecting money.
Probably too hot to sit in the shed. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Cunningham.
Just a comment, I'm totally on board with changing the name because I think that does limit it. Like you said, the staff are very helpful and I think that's very beneficial and you know, makes people want to stay and come when they have that connection with the staff. So I'd love to see that changed. And I think it would be good to go ahead with this, but I think down the line, I guess we just need to determine how much of a deficit we're prepared to run, like on the program. But I mean, I'm willing to give it a go for another year and see how it goes.
So, Mr. Gagnon, please.
Through the chair, I want to pass on an observation of other communities I've been. Within Horseshoe Canyon, we have a great opportunity to actually have a mechanism to create a funding opportunity to help supplement the cost. Normally, through my experiences, most parks and areas don't have that availability, and our general revenue usually is used for the care and maintenance of those facilities and those areas. So actually having revenue generator from a location is great. It's unique in some aspects. And we are learning lessons from what other communities have done or have not done appropriately. For example, the hoodoos have, for many years, were not being monitored appropriately, and they've seen wear and tear from individuals, you know, abusing those areas. I am very much in favor of the team that is there and the services they provide to promote the county, and the environmental and historical stewardship that we provide for that canyon will provide long-term sustainability to our community. So I'm a huge proponent in favor of the area. I love going there regularly myself, and I really appreciate the work the team does there and the mechanism in which we recover funding.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Any further comment, question, or discussion? Counselor Forbes?
I guess my question is you have two staff members there, they're there 7 days a week? For just the Tuesday to Monday?
Thursday through Monday, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that was based on just what we were seeing in terms of the days where we had the most visitation, and knowing that the middle of the week, even throughout the summer months, was typically quieter with the weekend, and then those days on either end of the weekend being the more busier days. So just to keep it within that, the regular work week hours too.
So not that you would know the answer to this question offhand, when they come back to work on the Thursday, is there a lot of cleanup that they have to do because people are there when they're not there?
So we have actually, within the Parks Department, we also have staff who visit all of the day use sites throughout the summer, just on a regular basis. So there is that, that element where that's being captured on the days that they're not. But then, so yeah, there is still coverage on the days that they're not there. It's just providing that additional coverage when we don't have staff, other staff working on weekends.
Thank you. Any other comment, question? Counselor McGee?
I think the fee and it matching the expenses is something that we can get hung up on, and I just wanted to bring out the point that if people really didn't want to pay the fee, there are days where you don't have to. So, you know, locals could come on the off days. It's quieter, they'd enjoy it more too. So I don't have any qualms at all about getting what revenue we can, and that's there. Yeah, we have 2 days for our locals without pay. And let's maybe even address some of our information out there in that way that looks like we're doing that for them. It might just, it's about optics too.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We've exhausted our questions and comments. So, what direction are we wanting to give? Our administration is asking us whether we're wanting to give direction on this program. Do we want to continue forward into 2023? What's the wish of council? Councillor Penner.
I would make that motion that we continue into 2023 with the paid parking, with some of the changes made, maybe the signage and a few things that you guys can brainstorm around at $2, and look into buses and coaches, what can be charged there. We'll leave that in your hands.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Penner that we continue with the Horseshoe Canyon Pay Parking Program for 2023. Any discussion on that motion? Any discussion? I am not seeing any, so Councillor Christie.
Well, I guess with their discussion we've just had, I wouldn't mind seeing just a park program, not a parking program, whether that be a friendly amendment or not.
Okay, so your conversation is around whether it's a pay parking, it's just a
Park fee.
Horseshoe Canyon
Park
fee
fee, yep.
program?
Yep.
And
I'm sure that it would be more palatable at that point, and more explanation would be just assumed at that point, I would think.
We could adjust signage so it suggests that it's more about a maintenance and stable, or
I think the conversation gets there, but I think if the sign said it up front, you'd be way more comfortable paying the fee.
Councillor Penner.
My only thing would be, is it called a park? Is it,
Horseshoe Canyon Park fee, but see, then it's, is that parking or park? So I think the intent of your motion is that there would be a fee to access Horseshoe Canyon. That's the intent, right? Whether we call it a parking fee, whether we call it a sustainability fee, whatever we happen to choose to name that, are we willing to leave that for some direct, or our administration to come back with some ideas?
That's my feeling, was that they could brainstorm it and then they come up with the wording and, but I just want to continue the program in the way we're doing it, but change the signage and what it's called.
I definitely appreciate the program and think it's valuable, so.
I see there's some wordsmithing going on.
And I do hear, through the chair, sorry.
Go ahead,
what,
Councillor Penner.
Mr. Gannon said about the hoodoos, 100%, that just the destruction of them, it had to be implemented, and I think we've got in front of that with what we've done there, and the parks have done a phenomenal job with the landscaping and the steps and everything, and it's been unbelievable, to be honest with you, what you've done, or your department has accomplished there.
Thank you very much. That's
Okay, so the motion now reads that Councillor Penner move that council continue the Horseshoe Canyon facility fee, formerly called parking fee program for 2023. Are you okay with that motion? I think administration is pretty clear on what our intent is. Any discussion around the motion that's in front of us? Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I just like that better, because I think just with our discussion, like we're saying that there is validity to having that person there to talk about information, history, where else you can go in the county. So I think just that word parking just really limits that. So I'd love to see something a little bit broader so people understand it's not just about the parking, the garbage pickup and all the stuff that comes along with that.
It's amazing how much signage you can have that will be ignored. You know, don't take rocks home. Please don't build little rock sculptures, blah, blah, blah. Those things, people just don't get it sometimes, and sometimes they just need that quiet reminder. I know when I take my own grandchildren there and there's all those little rock sculptures, I have 7 of them that want to build a rock sculpture, and we have to say, keep moving, keep walking, keep walking. Somebody else did, keep walking. So it's, I think there's been a real advantage for Horseshoe Canyon having our staff on site. And even though they're not necessarily in the bottom of the canyon, just having them there, people treat that place with much more respect than they would have previously. And so I really think there's huge advantage to us there. So my last comment. Any further comment? Councillor Phobes.
So I don't know if this is appropriate at the time because it is a motion, but my comment is are all of our things just being spent in one part of this county? Like, are we broadening that? That's why I wanted to have a discussion about that, is like, are we including the other parts of this county? Or is all of our funds just going to Horseshoe Canyon for a fee for using the facility?
Well, my answer would be, by no means are we ignoring the rest of the parks, campgrounds, and other tourism sites that we have in Kneehill County. This is the only place, really, that we have a fee to access. This is the only one. I mean, if you go to Keevers, yes, you're going to pay a fee. And, you know, if we have a campground that has a fee attached, but that's a much more easily defined by people. Horseshoe Canyon costs us a lot of money. We chose to go with a pay parking program or a fee for access program so that that would maybe allow us to have some staff on site and do some monitoring and some other things and possibly generate some revenue for us. And it's generated some revenue. Right now it's costing us more than what it's generating, but we're not ignoring the rest of the county and the rest of the tourism sites just for this one. And I would say to people, Horseshoe Canyon is part of a recreation program. that Kneehill County has. And when you think about the amount of money, say, for instance, we've put into the Ron Gore Arena in Torrington in the last 3 years, Horseshoe Canyon doesn't even come close to costing us that money. So we have parks, we have ball diamonds, we have all sorts of things that have to be mowed and looked after and maintained. If we don't, they fall apart. Horseshoe Canyon, in my mind, is no different. There is a cost to having it, but there's also a huge benefit, I believe, to Kneehill to have that. So it's, I think it's a real gem. I think it's a real jewel in our crown, personally. And so, yeah, in answer to your question, I would say no, we're not spending, but please weigh in if you want, Ms. Sherwick or Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, just to pick up on what you said, Deputy Reeve King, was going the same direction. Is we have sites all over the county, whether it be Keevers Lake, Brackeneers just outside of town here, the campground in Torrington, that we invest resources to. The Ron Gore Memorial Arena was actually the example I was going to bring up, because I believe just this morning we signed a check for $70,000 for work done at that facility. And that's not the total of the money spent there this year. So it is part of a broader rec program that covers the entire county.
Keeping in mind that we do have a motion in front of us, but go ahead.
The only reason why I'm bringing this up is because I've had ratepayers concerned about everything seeming like it's just going to Horseshoe Canyon. So this is why I'm bringing this forth for the people that are listening live, for them to understand that it isn't just there.
Yep.
That it is the whole county that is not, we're maintaining it all. And so that is why I just made the comment, is so that our ratepayers listening in or in the future listening to this recording will understand that it's not just about Horseshoe Canyon.
Yep, good. Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Sherwick, anything you wanted to add? Otherwise, I'm going to go forward with our motion.
No, nothing more to add, just building on what's been said. Yes, under the Parks Department, we do look after and care for all of the campgrounds, day use areas, and as well cemeteries within our department under the ownership of Kneehill County. So there are a number of different sites in addition to the Horseshoe Canyon.
All right. Are there any further comments? Otherwise, the motion is council continue with the Horseshoe Canyon facility fee, formerly called the parking fee program for 2023. That's the motion. Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Sherwick, for your patience with us.
Thank you.
It's much appreciated. And of course, we're not letting you go just yet.
That was just the beginning.
Is everybody okay to continue at this point, or do we need a break? Okay, we're good? All right. So we're going to talk about 5.2.2, which is Bylaw 1871, the Prohibited Animal Bylaw. And again, Ms. Sherwick, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, so shifting gears just a little bit here, away from parks into the Ag Service Board side of things. Oh, okay. I'll just... Okay, so this item that I'm bringing forward is Bylaw 1871, a proposed prohibited animal bylaw. And so this is stemming from just a bit of background and setting this up for council here. This is stemming from an item that was brought forward to the Agricultural Service Board at the July 25th ASB meeting, where the matter of wild boar at large was discussed. So wild boar at large have the potential to cause significant damage to agricultural operations due to their biology and behaviors, and these animals are listed as a pest where at large in Alberta. And some of that legislation there that applies is the Agricultural Pests Act, so the Pest and Nuisance Control Regulation. Under Section 2.2 there, it's described that wild boar is declared to be a pest where it is at large in Alberta. So the Alberta government currently does have different programs that are in place for the control of wild boar at large. And so some of those include the modified bounty programs that are programs where municipalities have to opt into those. However, what where the science suggests is that the most effective method of control is whole sound removal, and that's part of one of the other programs is where that can be reported to the province if there are sightings. So another tool or another resource that would be effective, and this is something that a number of different municipalities within the province have implemented already, is the introduction of a bylaw at the local level for a prohibited animal bylaw. So that's what we have before you today. And just some discussion around this. So this ensures additional prevention through having this in place at the municipal level, in addition to the programs that are in place provincially. Key benefits of council accepting the recommended motion is that having this bylaw in place would establish proactive bylaw at the municipal level against the establishment of wild boar in Kneehill County, protecting agriculture at the county level. Disadvantages may include additional enforcement costs and department resources depending on the future state of wild boar at large in Kneehill County. However, this is being implemented now in a way to get ahead of this before it does become something that is a major concern within Kneehill County. So under financial and staffing implications, we do have that as NA as no additional financial or staffing implications at this time with the introduction of this. And then we do have the draft bylaw attached there, and then council options there as well to provide for second and third reading to this.
Okay, questions? Comments? Councillor Forbes.
For people listening, I didn't realize the extent of what a wild boar does to properties and the land until I sat on the Agricultural Service Board, and how smart those animals are when it comes to capturing them and ridding them. And I highly recommend that people go on to see where they are within not only our province but Saskatchewan. This is not just localized to the United States anymore. They are coming this way.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Penner.
A quick comment, and I'll make a motion, and they multiply like mice. So it's unbelievable, the number of litters they can have in a year, and averaging 13 or something a litter. And they're getting close to here, so I'm very happy that we're ahead of the game here, being proactive. Just so if for some unforeseen circumstances they appear in our county, we're ready to deal with them. So I would like to make the motion that we move first reading of bylaw 1871, that being a bylaw to regulate and prohibit animals within the municipality boundaries of Kneehill County.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that motion? And I have one question. So in the bylaw, it says this bylaw regulates prohibited animals upon all properties within Kneehill County. No person shall keep, either on a permanent or temporary basis, any prohibited animals. So this therefore means that no one's allowed to have wild boar in any production scenario of any type within Kneehill County.
Yes, that
So
would be.
whether they're
yes.
at large or they're contained, you never contain them, but so we're not allowing production of wild boar within Kneehill County across the board,
Yes, that's accurate, yes.
wild or otherwise.
Yes.
They're named wild boar for a reason. Okay, so I just wanted that to be clear, that really what we're saying here is that there will be no wild boar production or wild boar at large within Kneehill County. Okay, so we have a motion in front of us to give first reading to bylaw 1871, that being a bylaw to regulate prohibited animals within the municipal boundaries of Kneehill County. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'd provide second reading to bylaw 1871 and point out that we do have a natural corridor going through our county that could easily be followed by wild boar. being the river, that if they come in, they're gonna come in from the west probably, and we have a corridor that goes there.
We have signage that regulates them to the, only the east side of the river, right? Okay, sorry. We have a motion that council provide second reading to bylaw 1871. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Councillor Forbes.
I will make the motion that council provide unanimous consent for third and final reading of bylaw 1871.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion to provide unanimous consent for third and final reading to bylaw 1871. And I have no problem with that motion, but I have a comment or question. A number of us took a public engagement thing at EOEP prior to the RMA conference, and one of the things they suggested that we do is you might want to leave time for comment from public. I don't know if it's appropriate on this one or not, but we could delay third reading to allow a 2-week comment period if we so choose. I think I'm 100% in favor of going forward with this bylaw. I can see no reason why we would not want to. However, is this an appropriate situation where we would leave time for comment if we wanted? Councillor Penner.
No, it's not an appropriate time for this bylaw. This
Okay.
one, I think we need to
Nail it down.
nail it down. There
Okay.
may be some, and I like that idea, that there's some that there is, it's, you know, not sure, but for this one, being in agriculture, we need to deal with it right away to give them the,
Okay, good. All right, I'm 100% behind you. Okay, so I'm going to ask the question then. All those in favor? And we have unanimous consent, and the record will so show. And Councillor McGee.
I move that council provide third and final reading to bylaw 1871 so that we can move forward quickly.
Okay, so we have a motion to provide third and final reading. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you very much. All right.
Okay.
We're now going to 5.2.3, member-at-large appointment on the Ag Service Board.
Great. Okay, thank
So,
you.
Again, Ms. Sherwick?
Thank you. So yes, it's a member-at-large appointment for the Agricultural Service Board. So under just some of the relevant legislation here, so at the provincial level, the Agricultural Service Board Act, and it has the section noted there, boards established, and then as well, we have our ASB policy, policy 11, ASB structure, conferences, tours, and remuneration. And so background on this, at the October 31st Agricultural Service Board meeting, it was moved that the selected individual be contacted, and if they accepted, that the nomination be presented for council's consideration. And so under discussion there, we just have a little information on there, just that each year an ASB producer member is appointed to replace an outgoing member and to serve on the board for a 3-year term. And we do have a list there of some of the past serving members of the ASB, and as well, we do have an outgoing member who will be, whose term will be up at the end of December. Financial and staffing implications on this, it's included in the 2023 ASB operating budget. No attachments, and then council options here. So as recommended by the Ag Service Board, the council appoints Julia Jensen to the Agricultural Service Board for the 2023 to 2025 term as recommended by the ASB, or that council appoints another member at large to the ASB for that term as noted, or that council receives as information. And the recommended motion is that council appoint Julia Jensen as the new ASB member for the 3-year term starting January 1st, 2023.
Questions? Councillor Christie.
Just a comment that I'd like to publicly thank Sean Gore for his 3-year term. And I'd like to make the motion to appoint Julia Jensen as a new Ag Service Board member for a 3-year term starting January 1st, 2023. But
Okay. All right. Any other comment or question? Okay, so we have a motion to appoint Julia Jensen as the new Agricultural Service Board member for a 3-year term starting January 1st, 2023. All those in favor? And again, that's carried unanimously. And thank you, Ms. Sherwick, for your time and patience.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to go backwards in our agenda. And we're going to welcome Mike Zier, and we're going to go to 4.1, which is the budget pre-authorization on the capital equipment plan. And just a comment to say we're thankful to see you safely here. And we're sorry for the vehicle and the deer, but we're very thankful that you're healthy and well.
Yeah, it was not on the prohibited emerald list, that's for sure. Became very intimate with him this morning. But so good morning, Council. Thanks for delaying this for me to attend. What you see in your package there under 4.1 is a request from administration to approve the expenditure of up to $4.5 million from the capital equipment reserve, replacement reserve, to fund the purchase of equipment and vehicles detailed in the request for decision. So what you see, and I kind of mentioned it in the past couple of meetings with council here, we are seeing a real delay in our equipment in both materials for some of our projects and capital equipment replacements. We had some of the capital equipment that we're ordering in 2022 is likely not going to get here until the fourth quarter of 2024 already. We're looking at for some of the stuff. So it is extensive delays on here. So trying to preemptively order these pieces of equipment, knowing that we're going to have delays coming on this. And as you see, some of our equipment is riding the line of what we want to use for usable lifespan on those, what we've determined as our benchmarks for getting the best out of the machine while still being able to retrieve enough through the disposal of it. So the request today is for some of the higher end units, the ones that have the significant delays, the pickup trucks. There's 5 pickup truck replacements due next year under operations, and 2 CPO vehicles, which are under their 4-year terms. We have a highway tractor, a Super B trailer, an end dump trailer, and this most significant delay is the Caterpillar equipment there. You see, we're doing a little bit different here. We actually are requesting the approval to order the 2023 equipment, 2024 equipment now in 2022, knowing that it will very unlikely to be here before 2024. So I put a little bit of a buffer into that notice here. A good benefit of this is working through this program here, especially with the Caterpillar equipment. They are going to hold the pricing today and still deliver it in 2024. So that is a benefit to us, that we are going to have significant savings. I'm thinking, no crystal ball here, but I'm pretty sure at this time next year the pricing is going to be quite a bit higher than what we can secure in the next couple weeks here. So that is a request from administration here. I'm definitely able to answer any questions you have on these.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zier. Any questions? Councillor Christie.
Curiosity, what's the difference between a 160M and a 14M grader? How much size difference?
Size difference, or for sure, through the chair, I don't know the exact specifics on it. It's significant. The 14Ms are 6-wheel drive. Excuse me. What you'll see actually is that we currently have 2 14Ms in our fleet right now. Through conversations with the operators and through the supervisors, we've determined we actually only need to replace one of those 14s. We had both of those machines back from when we were doing road construction and had the internal crews on that. We find the 160s are adequate for what we need for road maintenance and divisional. We've also gone to 4-wheel drive rather than all-wheel drive for those machines. Just savings through, for the purchase price, but then maintenance of all that additional software and differentials and that sort of thing. So we are going to be saving quite a bit on, I say downgrading, but really finding the machine that best suits our needs. And the 160 4-wheel drives are really seeming to be that fit. So I can definitely send council specs on the difference in between them. I just don't have them in front of us.
No, I thought we were buying one small machine and three big ones, and we're actually buying three cheaper ones and one good expensive one.
You betcha, yeah,
So
yeah,
that answers my question.
right.
And appropriate terminology with downgrading. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
I just want to say that I want it to be clear that we have this planned. It was, we have it in the capital equipment replacement reserve. This isn't something we weren't expecting. But I really appreciate, Mike, that you are getting ahead of the game and saving us some money, but also being very proactive in making our complete capital plan more feasible for us to be on the best side of it. And I think the work of being ahead of the game is really appreciated by me. So therefore, I'd like to make the motion that we approve.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
You can ask questions.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. No, go
I'd
on.
like to make the motion that council approve the expenditure of up to $4,500,000 from the capital equipment replacement reserve to fund the purchase of the equipment and vehicles detailed in this request for decision.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? We have a motion in front of us. Councillor Forbes, please.
Sorry, I actually have a few questions on the equipment. So when you price out the equipment, I see that it's only a cat, which is the finning. Are you pricing out to Brandt or to another one as well, besides just finning?
Right, so through the chair, the RMA canoe program allows us to follow so basically the equipment dealers do submit bids into canoe. We get preferential pricing off of that based on working with that system, with the canoe and with RMA system to actually, it is in line with the New West Partnership Trade Agreement. We aren't outside of line with that. RMA has worked out this deal where we can sole source these equipment. What we're looking at, finding the few vendors that are with RMA that still do have those specs, that we can get the equipment that we require from them while still following under those guidelines. So it is done through, in recognition of the New West Partnership Trade Agreement. It's just not an open bid process like we would do for any other equipment.
Okay.
So we still will be doing the pickups through an open bid. Same with the trailers, same with the trucks. The graders are, and we do have the option, I believe, with the highway tractors of doing the same thing through canoe, through RMA, but we prefer to go out with those tenders just to get a different aspect of vehicles.
So I have a few questions.
No,
Can I
go ahead.
just
Sure.
shoot them all out?
Well, one at a time.
So if you're going to lock them in for 2022, what guarantee, because I know that Finning has some real supply chain issues after being at RMA and chatting with some different people from different counties. So if they're not here in a timely manner in 2024, the current equipment that we have, will it be houred out?
Through the chair, based on our schedule, it definitely will be. It definitely will be. There is, and that's what we're working out the contract right now with Finning, barring approval from council to go with this, is to determine what that benchmark is, what that date is where we can no longer say this is delayed more than we're acceptable. Same thing with warranties and that sort of thing. We have to work out the details on what kind of warranties we want on that. So yeah, unfortunately, there is no guarantees that what we're saying now, their delivery date is Q1 of 2024 for these 4 pieces of machinery. But we know we've been delayed in the past too, right? So what we can secure now is the pricing on that and the contracts with them. And then, I mean, really, if the company pulls out of that, then we have options to go forward on pushing that contract.
So I guess my next question is have you put into a budget in 2024 if our current equipment gets houred out for repairs until we can get replacement value?
Yeah, through the chair, we always have that. I mean, let's just say, like, so we have graders on a 7-year replacement schedule. That ends up being just over 10,000 hours for these machines, which is a little high for what we like to go with. Even looking at some of the hours we have right now, we're getting close to that, and we still have a 1,400-hour season to go through here for those machines. So we are going to be extending it on that. I mean, we have transmission failures on a machine with 200 hours, right? Like it isn't, not 200 hours, 2,000 hours. Like it's not a guarantee that because we have 10,000-hour machine, it's going to fail, and we don't have something that's lower, it's going to fail. We have that contingency in our operating budget already for those failures if they do occur.
Okay. So I know that right now no dealership is offering fleet discounts. So are we as a county considering about doing lease options for our county vehicles moving forward?
Yeah. Through the chair, that's definitely an option that we've looked at multiple times. But myself here as well as in my previous roles, enterprise and other budget had done the option every once in a while here. Every time we've gone out to them, it's worked out. The numbers have not been in our favor for these. Regardless of if it's replacement, repairs where we have to travel to do the repairs, modifications that we need to do to the vehicles and maybe aren't allowed under the leasing program. They are advancing, and every year we go back to them and look at that to see if that is a new option for them. But to date, I'd say based on our usage, and not just us, I find a lot of municipal counties don't get the return on these as you would. See a lot more urbans with the paved roads, the shorter distance driving.
Right.
They seem to get a better benefit with the kilometer limits and that sort of thing. So definitely on our radar every year. It just isn't something that we've found beneficial at this time.
And my last question,
Sure.
because this is really a ratepayer question. It has to do with the county trucks being driven outside of the county to their residents. Because I have had 3 different phone calls from ratepayers saying, why is that truck at 5 o'clock in the afternoon going that way? When we know after 5 there shouldn't, I mean, in some cases there is business after 5, but, so it's just a question that I've had and I said I would bring it forth. Because are we miling out that truck with extra time for them to get from the county to their home?
Right.
Mr. Hogan, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I can. We do have a couple of trucks that leave our borders. Sometimes that is an on-call personnel
Okay.
that is taking that truck. There are employees who do take vehicles. That's a taxable benefit to them. The amount of mileage that's incurring based on versus an employee that lives within the county who's doing the same thing is negligible.
Okay. I just wanted that for clarity for my people who might be listening.
Okay. So we do have a motion in front of us. So I would entertain questions specific to the motion, which is to approve the expenditure for the capital equipment reserve to fund the purchase of equipment and the detail that are detailed in this request. So you see the list of equipment that's detailed there. You see the issues we're having with receiving equipment. There's not too many grader parking lots that you can go on and pick 4 different graders in 5 different color schemes anymore with all the required options. So, any questions related to the motion in front? Councillor Cunningham, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I do really appreciate the time we're living in. I know we're facing it in our own business as well, but just for like kind of a full cycle for me, like this first year, can you guys remind me, like, do we have say in that, the capital equipment plan? Like when, like Councillor Fobbs says, we get a lot of questions. Counties always get new trucks. They get fancy trucks. They get new this, new that. So at what point, back to your public engagement question, like what, do we review that again going forward in the budget process? Just if I could get a clarification on that.
Who wants to handle that one? Mr. Hogan.
So normally different through Mr. Chair, normally municipalities will take some different approaches on this. One of the common ones, which is not the one that we do, is they'll have a policy that says at 7 years we change this in, at 10,000 hours we change this in, whatever. And what that sometimes leads to is you might have a vehicle that, you know, it might be 5 years old but only have 60,000 K on it, and you're trading it in. Generally within the fleet you try and move that vehicle around and manage it. We haven't gone here at Kneehill County, which is also a common approach that we do, is we haven't set those specific ones, although as Mr. Zier commented, we do have benchmarks. So on the graders, we know roughly how many hours we want to trade those in based on the salvage value, based on how good the warranty is. So if we have, you know, if we can keep our vehicles on warranty, that prevents a lot of cost on the other side for major maintenance. So we take a look at that. We have an internal committee that looks at what our needs are, what can be replaced, what can be shifted around in the organization to, you know, if we have a truck that's getting lower miles, can we shift it around to put more on it in some other place, right? Or reduce that. What we take a look at when we're trying to balance that, as Mr. Zier said, is we don't want to run a vehicle into the ground where it has no salvage value and then we're paying extra maintenance costs. We're not getting fuel economy benefits year over year, all those types of things. So we take a look at the pieces of equipment and say, well, where does it balance out between what we think we'll get on the salvage value versus when we buy new, trying to make sure that we're maximizing that for the ratepayers. The same process that that a lot of the business fleets use. I'm sure everybody in the room either on their farms or has farmer friends who are replacing equipment every 2 or 3 years type of deal to do the exact same thing that we're doing in here for the cost-effective part of it. Where council sees these show up is in normally in the 5-year capital plan as that goes through. So you'd see some of these populated in there. Over time, as the county expands that 5-year to get into 10, 15, you'll really see stuff start to be populated in that element, right? As we beef up our asset management and fill that plan in further, so that instead of presenting you guys a 5-year, we're starting to present you a 10, 15. That's not a tomorrow thing, but it's on the horizon to start moving that out, right? As we get that detail, as councillors, you guys can, you know, as councillors, you guys see it through that mechanism and through the budget. Normally, an item like this would come to you as part of budget approval. We're bringing this to you as a pre-approval just in light of the supply chain stuff that we're seeing. We know that we have to order equipment today if we even want to receive it in 2024, which is not, historically, that's not normal, right? That we've seen that kind of wait. So we wanted to get ahead of that, but through those budget processes are there. Really where we take a look at is saying what are the parameters or what are the things that council wants us to achieve. The plan that way, we generally avoid council discussing the very specifics of each unit. Really, we're looking at what does council want us to achieve, what's the right equipment to achieve that, and what is the most cost-effective way. And that's where, even in here, we see where we call it a downgrade, but we're reducing the size of one of our, we're buying a smaller unit because that's the right fit for what our operations versus paying more for a larger fit that we maybe don't need, right? So what we really pose to council is what are the outcomes that you're looking for? What are the parameters? And if council reaffirms the parameters we've been working on, which is that cost efficiency by gaining that salvage value and tracking that whole process is going to get stronger as we get further into asset management, which is of course one of the priorities that was outlined in the strategic plan, where we start to get even better data than we have now in terms of repair costs, and we can start getting into, we're doing life cycle costing. With better data, we can do it more and better, right? So looking at what council's parameters are, what the outcomes you want from the program, we generally have avoided discussions on a piece of equipment by piece of equipment basis. Where you might see some oddities, and maybe I'm giving up a trade secret here to the public, but we will also take equipment that is maybe undertaking a lot more maintenance than equipment of that age should, and we will try to move those out of the fleet faster. So if we do find that we've got a lemon, if you see a newer piece of equipment that looks like it's being moved out of the fleet faster, it probably is.
Thank you, because I think the ratepayers need to hear that, because they don't always know certain things, right?
Yeah.
And it appears to them that there's something going on other than what is actually going on.
Yeah, the biggest part, I think, well, then one part I didn't mention is, and you mentioned that some of the discounts that municipalities are getting are disappearing. In the past, we've gotten some significant discounts as a municipality, which really alters that life cycle economy. A truck this is kind of annoying as an individual when I go to buy a truck and I'm on the lot and the dealer's saying what their best price is, and I know the municipality's paid 25 grand less for that same unit, a month before that. So that's something that often the public doesn't see. How that's changing is something we keep an eye on, because sometimes that's there. I remember 15 years ago, we actually used to make money on graders. We could purchase a grader and sell it back to Finning or Cat for 2 years after that for more than we paid for it, and they'd sell it for more than that again. Those days are long gone. But as we look at those economies, that's what we're seeing. We are seeing a trend as well, and we're not moving that direction quite yet. But when you look at some of the enterprises or the things like that, or what some of the other counties are doing, they're not talking 5-7 years, they're talking 18 months. And they've got equipment flipping over, but that's just, it's a function of the economy of the day, right? And so that's what we try to assess.
So I think part of the role that we have as council is we've requested the asset management plan, and we're working towards having that. We look for recommendations from our staff as far as what's reasonable for equipment life, hours, miles, whatever that happens to be the benchmarks. Oftentimes it's maintenance. Sometimes we get to a certain point and the maintenance goes through the roof. It's cheaper to buy something new and have that warranty. So I think our overall direction is to say, yes, we want an asset management plan. We want it to be detailed, and we want to understand what's happening within it. We have a plan to replace equipment, and they're in the capital equipment replacement program, and we're putting money aside to do that. So I think we're trying to cover all our bases and be careful about what we do. I don't think anybody wants to be in a place where we're just having frivolous expenditure, just for the sake of, I'd like to have that new truck. And that's not happening. And so I think we as council have a responsibility to say, we've empowered our administration to have this asset management plan. We've asked them for it. We are expecting that. And then we also have a plan for how we're going to rotate equipment. And that plan has been in place for a long time. We're setting money aside so that we can do that. We're just being proactive, and we have to be. Otherwise, I know if I went to order a truck today, I'll be happy if I saw it in 24. That's just the way it is. So we have the motion again in front of us to approve. Any further questions? Councillor Cunningham.
Just one more, I promise. So when we sell the old equipment, are we doing that through, or like, yeah, the old trucks, whatever, grids, are we doing that through a tender process or like an open, like I know back in the past, used to do like the public could buy the old equipment, or are we taking that equipment to auction? And then when that's sold, does that go back into the capital equipment? Yeah, she's nodding, okay, perfect, thank you.
You want to give a verbal answer, because a nod can't be heard.
There you go. Yeah, no, through the chair, we've definitely done a few different ways. We kind of look at, same thing, we look at what best response. Sometimes different auctions are better for equipment. I know personal or smaller pickups and something sell definitely at this auction better than this one. I know I've seen historically it's always better at this auction. Closed tender bids we've done in the past year too. It's usually not the best way of getting rid of a lot of equipment unless it's a really specialty thing there's going to be a market for in your area, because the auctions, especially now with online, they're worldwide. A lot of our stuff goes to the States and even overseas. So that's where we get the best market and really the best return on our investment there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hogan.
One area that's growing to build on what Mr. Zira said, sometimes what we also have the opportunity to do, whether it's picked up or not is a different thing, is to set a price on that equipment and see if any of our urban communities are interested in purchasing it. That sometimes is an option. Now, we can't judge we can't, dictate their interest, but that is something that we're open to as well. Where that benefit is, we're putting on 30,000 kilometers a year on a truck. That truck going to one of our urban communities might live its entire life and not get another 30,000 on it, right? Just because it's not leaving the 5 kilometers of the village or whatever. So there are some times when that works, but that's not all the time. But it is one of the ways that we've looked at how do we help out the smaller ones that it might not be a fit for us anymore, but it might work for them.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham.
Okay, I lied, I said last one. So we are working towards an asset management plan with the equipment, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and so do we have a end date that we're hoping to have that completed by?
Mr. Hogan.
Ballpark?
Through you, Mr. Chair, an actual date, July, whatever, we don't have that. Part of what we're looking right now, we've had discussions at senior leadership team, is around what resourcing that looks like. You can anticipate to see more information on that. That's my code word for saying you can see some budget requests for that'll be coming at you when we look at the 2023 budget. But that is, we know that's a priority for council, and I can tell you that is a priority for staff. We look at the data and what we're putting into place and what we hope to achieve for that. We want to see that move forward as well. Up until, Marika will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago, we were largely looking to move that forward based on grant funding. Council made a conscious decision to actually alter that strategy where we had dedicated money in the budget to move it forward, as opposed to just hoping we get the grant and doing it if we could. We got more intentional about it.
And the reality is the asset management plan that we're talking about is a big document that's going to include things like roads and bridges and culverts. And, in the background behind all of that actual written document, there is a capital equipment replacement plan that's out there that says so many hours on a piece of equipment. It'll get incorporated into a big asset management plan. It's not that there's no plans out there. They're just not all necessarily in one big document that has this big banner title on it that says asset management, right? But that's what we're working toward. That's not necessarily what we have right now. But there are plans out there to manage assets and maintain them and keep them in viable condition. So, Councillor McGee.
And just to support that, we don't willy-nilly do any of this stuff. This has been worked through that plan. There is a plan currently that this motion came from that will continue for the next while. The master plan is going to be building on that, so we're not just having willy-nilly staff doing what they like. This has been thought out for a lengthy period of time, and we have done lots of measures through our administration to be sure it's done consciously and well for our taxpayers.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, we still have a motion in front of us. Are we done with discussion? I'm going to start to say we're done, but Mr. Hogan, you're cutting me off.
I am. It was just one further point that I wish to make, just for, I think most of the council's aware of this, but one of the things that Kneehill County's done, similar to a lot of other municipalities, you'll see that this motion is done as block funding. So we've not gone through and attached a specific price tag to each item. We have that information internally, what we expect to, but the motion is asking you to approve it as a block funding item. And what that does is that if one piece of equipment comes in a little bit over, we're not necessarily having to come back to you for an RFD as long as the entire amount fits within the allocated budget. We've started doing this with a few items like this, with bridges as an example. We had instances in the past where we'd put out 3 bridge tenders. One of them would come 50,000 over, another would come 75,000 under, and would be having to go through the inefficiency or the expense of doing another RFD, having a council discussion when the bottom line was still on budget, right? We know in this case, there's going to be some fluctuations, there's going to be some stuff like that. So what we did is we're recommending that in now and likely going forward, that we always look at this as a block funding item so that, you know, we will still have to maintain the bottom line, and if that's exceeded, we still have to come back to you. But it does allow us to not bombard you with little RFDs because this piece was this much over and this piece was this much over. But with this piece being this much under, we're still on budget, right? Yeah, I hate using that, I kind of hate using that word in our current environment, but yeah, that's exactly what it is.
And it also saves you the potential problem of we publish a price for X, Y, Z, and we have 3 ratepayers who phone in and say, well, I could get it for $5 cheaper. Well, at some point in time, there has to be some management of that process. So, okay, we do have a motion in front of us. I keep coming back to that. So the motion is that council approve the expenditure up to $4.5 million. Is that right? Yes. From the capital equipment replacement reserve to fund the purchase of equipment and vehicles detailed in this request for decision, and they're listed in front of us. So last time, any further discussion? Oh boy, seeing none, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Zier. Again, we appreciate your patience and your willingness to answer questions. It's very much
Council.
appreciated. And I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
And so we'll be back at 11:10.
So much for 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm having a second.
are now at 6.1 in our agenda, which is the third quarter variance report. So welcome, Marika, Ms. Von Meerbach. We appreciate you coming and joining us, and whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Council. Today I bring forward to you the third quarter variance report. As Council knows, every quarter we bring forward a report to give you an indication on where we're at as compared to the budget, and to project where we're going to be at year end as compared to the budget. We also bring forward some information on terms of projects and reserves and investments as well within this report. So this report is for the period ending September 30th, which is also the third quarter. Okay, so I'm going to start with the Appendix A. This one is the budget variance report by function. There is also Appendix B, which is the budget variance report by department. That one is really there for information purposes, and the context and the body of this report really speaks to the Appendix A that's by function. So at Q3, we're projecting a net surplus of $2.3 million. A portion of this relates to revenues that we've received that were unexpected or outside of budget, and some of this relates to expenditures that are lower than anticipated when we prepared the budget. So in terms of the revenue summary, we're projecting a $1.3 million positive variance. That means revenues that are above what we budgeted them to be. One of the first pieces of that is on licenses and permits, and that relates to planning and development revenues. The next line I'll talk about is other revenue. That's $500,000 favorable. $206,000 of this is related to a DRP claim, which we spoke about at Q1 and at Q2. There's also an associated variance on contributions to reserves, where we've put that money back into a reserve in order to reinvest it for the future. Likewise, there's $296,000 favorable variance related to PERC credits. Those are credits for requisitions that were paid previously and are related to taxes that were written off in prior years. Again, we've motioned to move that money into reserves, and that's reflected in contributions to reserves on the expenditure side as well. We've got, within that other revenue, there's also $29,000 that's unfavorable that relates to industry water sales related to oil and gas. And there's $19,000 favorable that's related to WCB reimbursements that just relate to what our actual results were versus what they had billed us for the prior year. Sales and goods and services has a $354,000 favorable variance. That's made up of a few different functional areas. This most significant one is higher than anticipated dust control revenues to the tune of $161,000. There's also $123,000 at favorable variances related to water sales. Those are actual on our municipal water lines, and a good chunk of that is actually related to bulk water sales through the summer. There's a $27,000 favorable variance that relates to oil field inspections and fees related to approaches and crossings. There's a $22,000 favorable variance that relates to scrap metal sales that relates back to stuff that's been collected at transfer sites and then sold. There's a favorable variance of $6,900 in the planning department fees and $8,400 favorable variance related to the sale of gravel. The next item that I'll talk about is penalties and fines. And I'd just like to note that this line shows a positive variance at third quarter, but is projected to be in alignment with budget at year end. This is a result of penalties and fines that are booked into the system, but are potentially not collectible. So future reports will come forward to council on what that looks like and what might need to be moved around closer to year end when we kind of have a better assessment of that. Special taxes and frontage have a little bit of a favorable variance as well. This relates to riser fees which have been received, which were not included in the original budget. And return on investments is one of the big hitter ones. We've got a $400,000 projected positive variance to year end. That relates to higher than anticipated interest revenues that we've been able to utilize to our advantage. Transfers from reserves has a slightly favorable variance. In a technical accounting term, it's an unfavorable variance, but really it means we're using less money from reserves than we budgeted, so it's actually a good thing. It means a few projects are anticipated to come in under budget. So any other revenues are kind of in line with budgeted expectations. Those are kind of the key things that are driving that positive variance on the revenue side. So then moving on to the expense side, we've got about $1 million favorable variance there as well. And that price, so in that, contract goods and services has a $327,000 positive variance. It really relates to expenses across multiple functions and departments, but a few of the key drivers. There's $75,000 variance related to training and development, which hasn't occurred this year, $30,000 related to advertising and public relations, $30,000 related to legal and other contracted professional fees, $25,000 related to major maintenance, and $20,000 related to insurance that was actually renewed at slightly more favorable rates than what we budgeted for the increase on when we did the budget originally. Materials, goods, and supplies has about $146,000 favorable variance. Again, there isn't really a primary driver on this one. It's kind of across the board between different departments and different functions, but it includes things like general supplies and goods for different departments. It includes fuel, office supplies, maintenance, shop supplies, and utility costs as well. Salaries and wages has an $869,000 favorable variance. There have been multiple vacant positions throughout the year, as well as employee absences that have contributed to this variance. Provision for allowances is showing an alignment to year end, but a positive variance at third quarter. Likewise with penalties and fines, that's related to taxes that may or may not be collectible, and future reports will come forward to council to kind of detail that information and request council guidance on those items. So then I will, transfers to individual and organizations has a bit of a favorable variance, and that relates to council programs which have not been fully utilized. Those are some of your council grant programs that have just not been fully paid out due to applications and whatnot. Contributions to reserves is showing as an unfavorable variance, but again, those two relate to two motions that council has made previously during the Q2 report, and those are putting those funds for DRP claim and perk credits back into reserves so that they are allocated for future use. Non-TCA operating projects are showing a favorable variance. That relates to a couple projects which are anticipated to be under budget, and there's more detail in Appendix C on that. And gravel inventory projects are expected to have a favorable variance too. The crushing costs came in a little bit under what we had anticipated. So all other expenditures are kind of in line with what we expect, and that's sort of the core operating budget variance. So moving on to Appendix C, which is the project report. The county has undertaken 21 capital and operating projects throughout the year. That includes some major bridge maintenance. It includes work at Horseshoe Canyon. It includes work on various facilities within the county, including Ron Gore Memorial Arena. It included upgrades on our aerial photography and a few other things throughout the year. So none of the capital projects are being projected to be over budget. There's a few that are projected to be under budget and a few which are anticipated to need to be carried forward into next year. That'll be something that again will come forward to council at a future date to request that the funding that has been allocated for those projects previously is allowed to carry forward into 2023 and the project's allowed to be completed in 2023. Same with operating projects. There's none that are projected to be over budget. There's a couple that are projected to be under budget and a couple that we're anticipating might need to be carried forward to next year just due to the timing of things. That's that one. We'll go on to Appendix D. Again, this looks even better than it looked at Q2 and will look even better again at Q4 in terms of our return rates due to the prime interest rate. We're ranging anywhere from 1.5 to 4.7% return on those. And as GICs are redeeming, we're kind of looking at how to reinvest them to get the best return we possibly can, given the current interest rates, while also sort of balancing what we think might come in the future and how to best time all of those things to make as much investment return as we can. And then Appendix E kind of ties some of the other appendices together. It shows all of our budgeted contributions to reserves, all of our budgeted draws to reserves, all of our post-budget approvals that have touched reserves, and also includes the projected surplus or deficit of reserve funded projects, just to kind of give council an idea of where those numbers sit. I would like to note that this is in the report, but the Appendix E in the Q2 report, the opening balances weren't correct. They were understated, and that was my error. I didn't pick up some journal entries that were done at year end that weren't yet in the accounting software. So just if somebody's looking in between those two reports, why those opening numbers changed, that's why. They were wrong at Q2. They are correct right now. And that is the end of my spiel.
Well, thank you for the spiel and the information contained therein. Are there any questions related to the third quarter variance report? Councillor McGee.
Not questions so much as accolades. Two things. I really like the way you do the appendixes and how you report to them. It's such a smooth, easy way to get the details that we need, and it's well presented. Thank you so much. Secondly, congratulations to administration. I think we could let our ratepayers know that you guys take care of the details to the point of which rate we get every GIC. You're very attentive to the details that give us the best bang for our buck, and it's very clear in this budget. And I want to thank all of administration for being so conscientious with our money.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Penner.
Just one question on the unfavorable with the water related to oil and gas. Going forward, will you be adjusting that lower with the way, where oil and gas is in our community here, you know, in our county, I should say, going forward? So we may not see an unfavorable, it might be just where we thought it would be at. Is that something you would put?
Yeah, it's something that typically, until a few years ago, was usually we got more revenues than we ever budgeted for. And then industry kind of changed a little bit. We have not adjusted that revenue line item yet, though I don't know, we haven't had that discussion, I think, at this point yet, but it is there. It really depends on what we think is coming forward in the next year.
Well, and it's not a huge amount, but industry has changed within our county, so I could see going forward with the projections for future years.
Absolutely.
And if it's above it, that's great, you know.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? I have one, and it's related to the $75,000 on the training and development. We just having less staff doing training and development?
Yes, that has been pretty much what's happened. There's also been some staff vacancies, so some of that training allotment just hasn't been utilized based on those staffing
decision
levels
vacancies.
too, yeah.
Okay. So the opportunities are still there, and we're not discouraging people from taking training, but they're just,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Forbes.
It's on the Parks Reserved projected for Horseshoe Canyon. It's not just Horseshoe Canyon that's included in the reserves, is it? And that's just for clarification.
Through the chair on the Parks Reserve. So that one is intended for parks projects. The Horseshoe Canyon project was originally funded partly through MSI and partly through the reserve. When we adopted the 2022 budget, we only allocated it through the Parks Reserve. And you'll note that it actually is projecting a negative variance or a negative balance at year end if we were to actually go forward with that project. So no, that reserve is not just for Horseshoe Canyon. And that needs to be looked at a little bit. But we do understand that that Horseshoe Canyon project isn't going forward without further council approval, and that if it were to go forward, we'd have to reassess that funding source as well. Yes.
Okay, any further questions? I'm not seeing any. So, what's the wish of council? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll make the motion that this report be received for information.
Okay, so we have a motion to receive the third quarter variance report for information with our thanks. Much appreciated, and the detail and your notes are very helpful, so.
Thank you.
Any further comment? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimous. And again, thank you, Marika.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
your efforts.
Thanks.
All right, okay, we're gonna go on to 6.2, which is respect in the workplace. And Ms. Kasha, whenever you're ready, Jesse, we'd be glad to hear from you, so.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Today I present the Respect in the Workplace policy. So in our HR policy, which changed last year, it does not incorporate a Respect in the Workplace policy. It is to be a standalone policy, and that's what I present today. So we would offer training for all of our employees that would start, it did stay here in the beginning of the year, so we could educate our employees in a variety of different ways. The details of the policy itself includes a few workplace definitions. I don't know that I need to go point by point. Does anybody have any generic questions on anything specific in here?
Sorry.
You should have known, you can't ask that question again.
That is okay.
No free
Through the
rides
chair.
today. Okay, Councillor Phobes.
The provincial legislation, when did that come into effect?
Through the chair, I don't know. I know that within the last year or two, it was in our previous policies, and then as we had gone through our audit processes, it was one of the things that we had noted.
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any highlights that you wanted to note for us, or just the policy really speaks for itself in a lot of ways?
It does, and I did use a variety of different sources to build this policy to ensure that we're consistent with our neighboring communities and ensuring that it does meet our audit requirements, as well as having the opportunity for the definitions that are most needed. And in a perfect world, we wouldn't need a document like this, but we unfortunately don't live in a perfect world. So we want to make sure that we've got as much as we can. This is a living, breathing document. It is meant to be reviewed every 3 years. That is a legislated requirement. Most of the policies that come through council do come every 4 years. This one is every 3, as well as there's opportunity to review it off of that timeline as well.
Any other questions or comments? My comment would be is I appreciated the detail that went into this policy as far as what would happen if you had a complaint or felt you were being not respected in the workplace, and just the clarification around what that process might look like and how it might follow through. And obviously, it's a complex process to investigate and try to get to the bottom of some of these things. And so I did appreciate that detail that's in there, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor McGee.
I move that we approve policy 19.3, respect in the workplace, as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the policy, respect in the workplace, 19.3 as presented. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so all those in favor? Okay, and that's carried unanimously, and again, our thanks. Appreciate the work that's gone into this. And I know you said you got lots of help, but still somebody has to be the point. So
True.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to 7.1, which is the Drumheller Area Health Foundation request. Mr. Hogan, are you presenting?
I am, Mr. Chair. So through you, this item is before council. It's a request that we have received from the Drumheller Area Health Foundation. So this is this type of foundation is found in a lot of communities where they're friends of the clinic or that type of entity or name. So they're looking to put on an event to raise funds to buy equipment for healthcare in Drumheller. They've made a request to council and other entities out there if we would consider providing a donation to help their event, cover the cost of their event. With this type of request, we've not received one from them before. However, in the past, in 2020 specifically, council did sponsor a similar event here in Three Hills for a very similar purpose, to a much larger amount. If council chose to support this, we're recommending that we could take this from the Recreation, Community Arts and Cultural Events Grant Program. There's currently $6,400 left in that account, so council would be able to fund the recommended amount without issue from that GL.
Okay, any questions or comment? So we've done this before, just never in Drumheller. Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to say, like, we're so fortunate to have the Three Hills facility here. It's a wonderful facility staff, but there is limitations to what the Three Hills facility can do, and I know a lot of our residents will have their babies, and especially if they're at high risk, will go down to Drumheller. Nobody likes to hear the word colonoscopy, but they do those things down there that we aren't able to do here, minor surgeries and stuff like that. So I just think this is a wonderful initiative to get behind, and definitely hear a lot of people in our area that utilize the Drumheller Hospital.
So was there a motion buried in there somewhere?
Right. Okay, well, I'm really happy to make the motion that we donate $500 to the Drumheller Area Health Foundation with the funds to be used for offsetting the cost of hosting the April 1st, 2023 fundraising event.
Thank you. Are there any other comments related to the motion? Okay, Councillor Penner.
Yes, we're very fortunate to have this facility, but we are very fortunate, especially for down in the southeast, to have that, which majority of our ratepayers do go that way. But yes, there are many times when you're transferred from here down to there for some of those extra testing and that. So I'm 100% behind this.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Right, seeing none, all those in favor? And that also is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're now going to move on to 7.2, the 2023 Kneehill Regional FCSS budget and allocations. And again, Mr. Hogan, I assume you're taking this one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to council, this is a request that not just Kneehill County, but all the members of the regional FCSS receive each year. So in this process, the FCSS board goes through and looks at their budget for the upcoming years. And once they have something comfortable to recommend to councils, then you see the process that's in front of you here today. They send that out to the councils for their respective approvals. One of the backgrounds to FCSS, and you'll note in the budget documents provided that there is a provincial contribution amount. In order to achieve the full contribution amount, there is a minimum contribution threshold that the municipalities need to make. So the program heavily is weighted towards that provincial funding, but there is, in order to get that, there are contributions that we need to make on our end as well. With that, going through the budget, as we can see in the request for decision, what's being proposed would represent and I've lost my spot in my sheet, would represent, roughly just under a $2,500 increase for the county from 2022 to 2023. So we'd consider that to be a fairly, actually to be a very modest increase in the FCSS budget. I don't know if there's any specific questions from council around that, but looking at the services as FCSS provides, what they're proposing in a budget, administration is very comfortable recommending that the council grant their approval to the proposal, or to the proposed budget.
So are there any questions? Okay, Councillor Forbes.
So the guarantee, are they guaranteed from the other municipalities, like, that are within the county, like the town of Acme, Linden, surrounding area? Like, if they approved that that's what their contribution is going to be? Do you know?
Through Mr. Chair, I don't know what the outcomes from the other municipalities are at this time, but they would be following the same process. So If the question is, have the other municipalities approved this yet? We don't know the answer to that, if that's even gone forward. Ultimately, as a region, if this is the other part of the question, the required municipal funding is shared among all of us as members.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Penner.
A question to do with the per cap. What rate population are we using for our county? Is it the 4,998 or 5,001?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did notice that 5,001 number as well. There would be some modifications if we looked at what we believe is the formal number of 5,057, I believe it is.
Oh, okay. I had never heard that number for sure.
So I'll make a bit of a comment on that. At the FCSS board meeting, when we were trying to determine what population numbers we were using, there was a fair amount of dissatisfaction expressed with the current numbers that are out there. And surprisingly enough, it was from communities that felt they were being told they were too small. And so some of these communities like Acme and Carbon, who felt their numbers weren't being reflected correctly, volunteered to go back to the 2019 numbers because they felt it more accurately reflected who they were and would therefore contribute appropriately from their community. So that's why we chose 2019, because there's a lot of disagreement with the current number and where it's being sourced. And so that's why we went back to that number, recognizing that we would have probably contributed more had we used the 5,057 or whatever that number actually is. But really, some of our smaller communities felt they weren't being reflected correctly. And so they actually are going to make a larger contribution than they otherwise would have, which is, yeah. I don't think there'll be any problem with any of the councils getting this funding approved. And I think the agreement is we have to have if 4 agree, then it goes forward. I think that's the approach that we take at FCSS. The commitment by all the council members who sit on FCSS board was that they felt that this was not going to be a hard sell at any of their councils. So this is one program that gets a lot more recognition and support locally than it does provincially. So, and we are contributing above our 25%, like we're supposed to contribute. I believe it's 25%, and we are contributing above that. Councillor McGee.
So, sorry to ask, but are we able to say, that's great, we appreciate you wanting to go by the 2019 population, but we would like to go with our more larger number as well? Because I would like to do that if that's a feasible thing. Maybe that's a question for the administration, I'm not sure, Chair.
Mr. Hogan, would you care to respond? Yeah, I will, Mr. Chair. As soon as I figure out exactly what the response is. Could we do that? We absolutely could. You know, we're talking largely the difference on 56 people. It's $560-ish. That you know, that would not represent any hardship for us in terms of that budget number. So I think my recommendation would be, if council is good with this, then you know, give the approval today. If the board wanted to use that 5057 number, you'd be $500 over budget in that GL.
Councillor McGee.
So I'd like to make that motion. Lost my spot, sorry. That we approve the Kneehill Regional Family Support Services budget and allocations with the change as for population number. Do you need that part in there, or just as allocated? Fine. How should I wordsmith this, administration?
My suggestion is just approve the budget as is, as they're recommending with the population number they've outlined. And if that's something that the board wants to discuss, maybe that's a better question for the board at one of their meetings, is if they're okay with that. And what that does is it just, in this particular case, if we're changing up the budget that's presented to us, theoretically, 5 other municipalities would be approving a slightly different budget than what we would be. Right?
My apologies. So let's just stick to the motion as it was originally written then. Thank you.
And I think if we were to have a discussion at the FCSS board and ask if we wanted more money from Kneehill County that they were willing to give, they'd probably say yes. And just for our council's information and everybody else, currently the third position that we have, the community support coach position, is being funded by our 6 partners, us included. But it's also being largely funded by our reserves. So we are getting funding from Golden Hills, from our partner municipalities and ourselves for that 3-year position, but a large part of that is getting funded through reserves. So if for whatever reason Kneehill County was to give more money than what is being requested here, it probably would just go to reduce that amount of money that's being, and you know, we're talking $500–600. It's not a lot, but every little bit helps. So that's likely what would happen. I can't say that's what the board would choose to do, but that's likely what would happen. Just because it is quite a bit of funding that's being pulled from our reserves to fund that position. Okay? So we have we have a motion. Any questions related to that? Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
I think I know the answer to this, but I still want to ask it. There was a lot of conversation at RMA around FCSS funding. Did you get anything more than maybe we did on what the forecast is for provincial funding going forward? Increase, stable?
So we have received, and I think it's in Mike's hands right now, the new funding agreement for the next 3 years. And it's basically the same as it was previous 3 years. So they told us 3 years ago that they weren't going to change FCSS funding, and they locked it. Well, they're saying that where it was locked, it's going to continue for the next 3 years. So there's no adjustment for inflation, indexing, or anything like that. It's just, so we're eating the inflationary costs, but the province has said for the next 3 years, they're going to hold that funding that they promised 3 years ago. So I believe that's correct. Or you haven't read that email yet?
I've seen, through you, Mr. Chair, I've seen the email. Shelley did provide some information. I haven't had a chance to go through it yet.
Yeah, that's my understanding. That was the province's announcement related to FCSS. And I think, I believe it was Minister Taves said something about they had committed to that funding for FCSS at the RMA. So, okay, back to the motion in front of us. Councillor McGee moved that council approve the Kneehill Regional Family and Community Support Services 2023 budget and allocations as presented. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. So we're on to one of our absolute favorites. It's become a council favorite, which is repeal of obsolete bylaws. And it's really a blast from the past in a lot of ways. So I do have to say thank you to Carolyn for providing the entertainment portion of our council meeting.
Wow, thanks.
So we're on item 7.3, which is bylaw 1866, repeal of obsolete bylaws. So Carolyn, if you would please.
Yes. Good morning, Council. Administration continues the process of reviewing the bylaws and cleaning up the old bylaws that are obsolete and outdated. When this process is completed, we will have only relevant active bylaws in the books. The only way to repeal and amend a bylaw is through another bylaw. So in front of you is a bylaw to rescind 10 bylaws. I'm not going to go through every single bylaw, but this meeting's theme is repealing debenture bylaws that have been paid, landfills, recreation agreements, and traffic control devices.
All right. Any questions or comments? No? All right, seeing none. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Forbes.
I'll make a motion that council move the first reading to be given to bylaw 1866, that being a bylaw to repeal obsolete, redundant, and outdated bylaws.
Okay, so we have a motion to give first reading to bylaw 1866. that being a bylaw to repeal obsolete, redundant, and outdated bylaws. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council provide second reading of bylaw 1866.
Okay, so second reading, bylaw 1866. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I make the motion to provide unanimous consent for third and final reading of bylaw 1866.
Okay, we have a motion to provide unanimous consent. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. I'm just wondering if we're moving too fast because we're going to give up a $2,535 garbage collection fee, which is much more economical than the current one we have. Anyway, that's just a side point. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll make the motion that council provide third reading to bylaw 1866.
Okay, so we have a motion to provide third reading to bylaw 1866. All those in favor? Again, that's carried unanimously, and with our thanks to you, Carolyn, for providing this process of dealing with these. All right. Just so you're aware, I have asked for lunch to be brought in, so we will be taking a lunch break eventually, but not until it arrives. So we're going to go on. Yeah, I gave you a break less than an hour ago. We're going to go on to 9.1, council and committee reports. And Councillor Christie, you've requested to make a verbal community futures report, so this is your opportunity.
There you go. So we had our organizational meeting on October the 16th, I believe. I'm not sure of the date. Anyway, somehow I ended up being vice chair. The other announcement that was made there, I guess it was October the 16th, the CETA loans, which are the mirror image of our triple RF loans that were handled by the chartered banks, are being reviewed by CRA. So if your gross income didn't fall by 50%, you're not eligible for the $20,000 of the $60,000 rebate, and you have to pay the loan back by 2023. The part that kicks us is that usually 90 days after that, we get the same notice for the triple RF loans. So it's a huge hit, but I know the bank system, if you had a heartbeat in a business, they give out the loans without any application. So all of a sudden CRA is coming back saying, if you didn't qualify, you don't get the $20,000 rebate, and you don't have till 2025 to pay them back. You got to pay it back by the end of 2023, which is a huge blow for small business. So we'll see what happens to the triple RF loans, but we'll see where it goes.
Interesting. Okay, well, thank you for that, I think. And congratulations on being the vice chair. You didn't step back fast enough, I obviously think. Yep.
I enjoy that committee, so I got to watch.
Yes. Okay, so Councillor McGee, you asked for an opportunity to report, follow up on the RMA conference that we all were just at. And so here's an opportunity for council to make comments. So, yes, please.
Great. I think it was, again, very valuable time we spent up there. I also want to give accolades to my co-council members who got up in front of the ministerial forum and gave some very pointed, important questions on behalf of our community and on behalf of all of rural Alberta, in my opinion. You guys rocked it, and I'm just very proud of how you're addressing some of the concerns. So thank you for bringing that forward, and residents, please know that this job is larger than it might seem to you, and we had a great chance to exercise that large part on your behalf when we're at this event. I also really appreciated the training session I went on the first day. It was the public participation piece, and several of us were there, and I'm sure we all agree that basically the recommended tools are already in our policies that they were recommending, so we are ahead of the game than many, and I really appreciate that, and I appreciate us fine-tuning how we execute them from the knowledge we've gained. So that's something I feel passionate about. And I'll leave some other details up for other people to offer.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor McGee. Anybody else care to make a comment or wish to make a comment regarding the RMA? Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Councillor McGee's comments. It was another worthwhile conference, and thank you for the accolades there. I appreciate council's support of a few of us going into the bear pit, as we say. So just some other highlights. Was awesome to hear our new premier speak. And I know I got a brief opportunity to speak to our new Minister of Municipal Affairs, Honorable Rebecca Schultz, so that was a good opportunity as well. So it is always interesting to see the ministers, and of course they have changed a lot, so it was good to put some faces to some names.
Okay, Councillor Forbes.
I also too really enjoy this. I love the educational part of it. I also love the breakout sessions where you can go and sit with other municipalities. It allows me personally to see that we're not the only one having issues with provincial downloading, and the ideas that they've come up with that they're using to try to combat what's actually happening in their municipality, which is really great idea sharing. They are long days, and I'm usually dead to the world by the time the end of the night comes, but I do appreciate the whole forum of it and the interaction of meeting new counselors in different, because every year I find somebody new to chat with. This year we chatted with a counselor from Grand Prairie who was very enlightening in the stuff that he described what was going on up there. So really was a great opportunity, very valuable.
Thank you. Okay, any other comment? Anybody wish to make?
Well, I'll comment. For sure, it's very valuable to go there. And I do give the ministers credit who were able to show up there, because they'd only been in that seat for 12 days or whatever it was, and some of them had different portfolios. So I was really appreciative that as many showed up as possible to answer the questions in the bear pit. And roundtable discussions, of course, in those breakout sessions, that's where you get so much information and what's happening in other areas. So, yeah, well worth attending. Like you said, long days, but well worth it.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess I too would say that I enjoyed being there, and I always find it's the councillors and other elected officials and CAOs and that you see along the way that you get a lot of good information from those folks. And and I also find that as a council, specific to Kneehill, I find that it's really, in some ways, it's a good team building exercise in some ways, and it helps me get to know each of you better too. And so I appreciate the time that's invested there as well. So, Councillor Penner.
I think we also should mention that our Reeve was given recognition for his service with the county.
Yep.
For the Long Service Award. I sure appreciate the knowledge and that the Reeve has, and well deserving after 20 years.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Yeah. Councillor
And
Penner.
in saying that,
After saying that.
I make the motion that council accepts for information the council and committee reports as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the council and committee reports as presented from Councillor Penner. All those in favor? Okay, and that's carried. So that really brings us to the end of, oh no, we got one other little thing, which is the council action list. So we'll deal with that, because that's the only other thing in open session that we have at this point. So the council follow-up action list was in front of you there. Are there any questions related to that? Councillor Cunningham, absolutely.
So just wondering about an update. I know for the Eastwater engagement that it's coming back, some information's coming back to the Cal meeting in November. Just wondering, do we have maybe a month picked out that we're gonna do it? Mostly for me too, to tell my people, but also I'm considering doing a division meeting for my ratepayers, and so I just wanna know kind of how to schedule both of those.
Okay. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's part of, narrowing in on that date would be part of the discussion at the committee of the whole meeting.
And we note that's next week, committee of the whole, right?
Yes.
Any further questions on the council action list? Okay, there are none, so I would entertain a motion. Councillor McGee.
I move that we receive the action list for information.
Okay, so we have a motion to receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimous as well. So it's now 12:06. We're at the end of our open session agenda. The items that are left are closed session. So I'm going to recess us for lunch. What's acceptable? Do we need more than half an hour? Okay. So let's say we'll take a half-hour recess to have lunch, and then we'll be back. Okay. So we're 5-minute-ish. It'll be a bit, I think. It'll be a bit, I think. Okay, it is 12:41, and I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So the only business left on our agenda is a number of items for closed session. So we have disclosure harmful to economic interests of a public body, Section 25, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, Section 16, advice from officials, Section 24, and intergovernmental relations, Section 21. So I would entertain a motion to convene closed session. Councillor Forbes.
I would move that we go to closed session.
Okay, Councillor Forbes has made the motion to go into closed session for Section 25, 16, 24, and 21. All those in favor? And that's carried. So we'll wait till the cameras are off. Okay, at 2:06 PM, Councillor Christie moved that council return to open session, which we approved unanimously. We recessed to allow the gallery to come back in, and our meeting's going to resume at 2:07. So call us back to order. So we have one item coming out of our closed session, and so Councillor Phobes, if you care to.
Thank you. Horseshoe Canyon branded merchandise has proven to provide a small revenue stream for the county. Council would like to continue the pilot program to explore the program's potential. So I make the motion that council directs administration to continue with the Horseshoe Canyon branded merchandise pilot program.
Okay, so we understand what we're doing here. So we're basically saying that we're happy with what we've seen coming out of the Horseshoe Canyon branded materials in the 2022 year, and we're asking administration to continue with that pilot program into the coming year. Okay, that's our